What is good, family? This is your girl, Courtney Michelle, and welcome to this little early morning edition to I Am Courtney Michelle. You guys saw the thumb link. I am going to get in it because I don't want to keep you guys long. Um, we are going to talk about this morning the Le Pif Let's Talk. If you guys did not see the show this past Thursday, man, it was something. It was a lot going on, so much to dissect, but there was one particular part that I wanted to talk about. I think it's important. The reason why I think it's important because it shows something on a larger scale that I don't think women have been talking about, especially in this particular space. We talk about a lot of stuff as far as Black women and women in general, holding ourselves accountable and our women holding other women accountable. I've been questioned before if I hold other women accountable, which I can kind of see. Sometimes y'all might see it, sometimes you don't. But in this situation, uh, again, I think it's something bigger. The title specifically says Women Using Femininity to Weaponize. And the reason why I did that is because I see a trend that has not been discussed. I see a trend that has dire effects, particularly in our community, to Black men. I do see where Black women, well, women in general, the race has nothing to do with it. It really doesn't. But I do see where women can use the essence of not even femininity, because you don't have to be feminine woman. You can be very, very masculine. But the idea of being a woman, the idea of being the weaker gender, the idea of having men protect us when we feel unsafe. And there's a lot to unpack, and I really want to talk about that more. But don't get it twisted. We know that. Women know that we can use our assets to say something or make a thing when it's not. Now, in this last show off Lapeef, I did see a thing. I did call it out. And whether you believe it or not, whether you thought it was justified or not, I want to break that down. So today, I want to break down the episode, that particular part, of where I did see something that was weaponized. I did see in that where a man was chaotic. You might call it disrespectful. I didn't hear any disrespectful words, but I did see where we use the trope of protect women, protect Black women. Well, let's see if these things need to be protected. Do all women in all occasions need to be protected? Can we use our femininity? Can we use being a woman in general to say that? What are the repercussions if it's falsely accused? There was a movie long time ago where they represented Black men as being savages. We know this movie is being called Birth of a Nation. That idea of Black men being savages, Black men being overly sexualized, has been really something that women understand and use a lot of times as a benefit. I think it's absolutely wrong. I think it's absolutely wrong when you accuse someone of something that's maybe in your head or maybe not, just because maybe your ego is hurt. And it does need to be called out. So let's talk about the Lapeef Let's Talk. It was a full panel, and it was some discourse in that show. And I want to break it down so you guys can see it and don't come up with a particular judgment because emotions got involved. Let's call a spade a spade. So let's bring it up, because we're going to get right on into it. So And let me say this as well too before I start addressing it. This is important because again, I do think that when women do this, um, it's caused a lot of men, black men, to not only be weaponized, not only falsely accused, but when the public opinion gets into it and they veer towards the side, it can hurt your brand, your image, and legal ramifications can come of it. And this is where I have a problem. We just can't use words all willy nilly to justify a narrative that honestly might not even be there. So let's just get into it. So this is between Six and Chaotic Truth. It was spicy. So let's start it off. We're going to begin when Six came on the panel.
Six, welcome to the show. What you got?
How y'all doing?
Hey, Tyson.
Hey,
Six.
Who's that?
I have a quick question. I have a question for the brother on the end. What is his name?
It's chaotic.
Agent of Chaos.
Where are your parents from?
You know what? I'm so tired of answering that question.
Why?
That's a private question. I'm so tired of answering that question. Because
Why are you tired of answering it? I've asked it to you one
time.
time.
Everybody asking me that question. What does that question mean?
It means a lot. Okay, I'm just simply asking, what is your background? I don't understand.
Okay. They're from Japan. Okay, now, what's the next question?
Okay, so if your parents are from Japan,
they're not from Japan, but go ahead. If they were, what's the question?
Why are you defensive? And I've asked you one question.
Because I get that question so many times on black panels.
Why do you think that black people ask you that question?
I have no idea why. You know what? This is what I love about white people. They don't infringe upon my rights. I'm going to
interrupt you right there because
I know because that's what black people do.
One thing that I do know is that your parents are definitely not from America. So this is the problem that I'm having.
All right, so I'm going to stop it right there. I'm going to stop it right there because again, this is a complete breakdown. So we're going to take it piece by piece. So at the beginning, came in and specifically talked to Chaotic and calmly, cool, asked the question, where are your parents from? Now, he was already on the defense. Again, didn't say anything disrespectful. Pretty sure this is kind of a common back and forth if you're ADOS, if you're FBA, Foundational Black American. So these are conversations that has been going on for a while. Shout out Tariq Nasheed. Now, does that have a place in this conversation? Yes, no, that's on you to decide. And that's not the purpose of this. So right now we see already that it was coming in to ask Chaotic some questions. On the defensive, he said he's on defensive because he's tired of being asked that question. Okay, that's his truth. Let's go ahead and let's see what else. And I got timestamps because we breaking it down.
Can we just do?
Thank you, Six.
She asked a question, then I answered, then I asked a question. She answered. Can we do it just like that for a minute, Lupi?
Well, honestly, I didn't come here to necessarily have a direct dialogue.
Can I answer your first question?
I think we've heard enough.
I answer your
get your mindset. The point is this.
It's fascinating that you go on black panels, they ask you a fucking question and you can't give the answer. This is a problem in the black community. The only people who restrict my
freedom is Carlton Banks.
It's not right.
All right, so let's pause it. And we're going to pause it because this was important. She asked a question and he didn't respond. What he did was get overly emotional, use the F-bomb, but wasn't able to respond. So we already see that chaotic is doing chaotic and being chaotic at the idea of not being able to respond. However, I think it's very important that you guys listen to what then was said. All right, Carlton Banks. That right there was a shot. He didn't say anything derogatory towards her. Now, whether a man should say the F-bomb around a woman, I mean, we're all grown adults. I've used the F-bomb around some woman. Should they be scared of me? I don't know. But right there, we see who shot the first blow. All right, Carlton Banks. Who got disrespectful first? Who started the name calling first? He didn't say anything to her. She called him Carlton Banks. Now, we already know what that means. Whitewashed, preppy, Republican, suit tie kind of guy. So we already know the idea of what a Carlton Banks means. But again, we're breaking this down. Who shot the first blow? We can continue.
You need to calm down.
Particularly black women.
Your pocket protector is in a bunch.
You niggas commit a lot of crimes and you know it. You are
Your
single mothers and you know it.
suspenders are too tight.
You went park your car in the hood and keep that door unlocked because you know a nigga will take the
Listen,
damn car.
I'm not gonna put you in a locker. I know you have PTSD. I'm not gonna take your lunch money, and your pocket protector is in a bunch.
Childhood trauma just made it apparent.
Carlton, I don't know what happened to you as a kid, but you are safe here. Nobody is going to take your lunch money here. No one's going to put you in a locker. Oh my God, are you having a breakdown?
Pretending that you're so black.
Oh my God.
You don't like niggas just as much as I don't like niggas. Just as much as
Okay.
Why are you here on this show?
You don't live in a
All right, so let's pause it because I see some things being said. I want to be very clear. This is not about his rhetoric, whether he's conservative, whether he likes the Black community. That's not what this is about. The blows was shot first. And for anyone that can't see that, I'm amazed. Everyone is not going to have the same opinion as you. And this is why these conversations are important. He's different from a lot of people. I don't have his views. I go back and forth with Chaotic a lot of times, but I dissect and I go against his ideology. I talk about his talking points. I do not call him Carlton, your suspenders, underwear up in a bunch. Those are shots at him personally and not his ideas. Now, in this particular space, you know that you can call it's shaming. And how can you ignore? How can I ignore what? What he's saying towards Black people or what he's saying towards her? And this is when we get emotional driven. We can't come anywhere as a people are trying to have a community, which this is what this was about, was the Black community divided? Yes, we are. And one of the reasons why we're divided, because if someone has a different opinion, if someone looks at a situation completely different than what we do, we ostracize them and we make fun of them instead of trying to have dialogue to get them to understand where we're coming from. And this is the problem why we're divided. It has nothing to do with, oh yeah, he says that's him. But we can't get through to him. We can't see or allow him to see another side, maybe, if we're attacking him as a man, we're attacking him how he looks and not his ideas. Now, whether you believe him or not, that's on you. But if you can't attack his ideology, then he wins. Okay. And I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link. If that was disrespectful to her. So if that was disrespectful to her, then how do you think you're going to have a conversation with someone that says the Black community is trash? Black culture is trash. HBCUs suck, which I have been told, and y'all know I'm the biggest proponent of HBCUs. But if I attack a person, oh, you don't like HBCUs, which is part of my culture, and I attack, well, that's why you short. Is that how we dialogue? As independent thinkers, as intellectuals, as someone that has an important platform, and you want other people to see dialogue of ideas that are different, but we can't attack the person. This was not a personal, nor was he doing a personal shot towards her. But that was flipped. It was a personal attack towards him. And this is where I'm having the issue. But we're going to dissect a little more. I'm going to put, again, the link. So if you disagree, I'm with it. But again, just because he doesn't believe what you believe, just because you feel like he attacked your culture, which again, he's in. When he walks out the door, no one knows what his parents are. When he walks out the door, he's a Black man. That man was born here. He's not an immigrant. He was born and raised here, worked in public schools. This ain't defending him. It's calling a spade a spade. It's calling what's right, right. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Show us your hood right now. I bet you go outside of the cul-de-sac and you got a 12-bedroom house.
You know, I'm really glad that you're exposing your feelings because everything you say has really come down to what you're saying
Show us
now.
your BMW. You are not no hood chick. You speak intelligently. You are educated. You know damn well a lot of crime happens in the Black community. You don't live around niggas.
Are you
I do
finished?
the Black community anybody does. I taught in a public school. How dare you disrespect me and ask me where my family's from?
This is very unbecoming of you as a man. You need to gather yourself.
I'm going to stop it there. Again, we breaking it down. He actually gave her a compliment. Whether you take it or not, I would. Or at least I think that's what he was trying to do, maybe. Saying you're not a hood chick, you speak intelligently. But still, the demeanor is, even with her, still going back and forth. But it's joking. I hear laughter. There's no one on the panel. The panel's laughing real up there, just kiki-kikiing. So in the space and on the show, we all have difference of opinions. The purpose of the show is to have dialogue and call it, some people want to say it's a debate show. Some people don't. It is. The Lapeef Let's Talk is a debate show. When we ask these open-ended questions, we don't sit up there, oh, Courtney, do you think the sky is blue or orange? There's never been a time where we're like, oh, I think it's blue, but it could be orange depending on the day and where the sun sets, and then shut up. It's a dialogue. It's a debate show. You have an idea and you're debating your stance. That's the purpose of the show. Anybody that comes on the show, you have to debate your thoughts. We get emotional, we get heated because we are passionate. And I've been one on here that, well, y'all can see my reaction videos that people have made. There's me getting emotional because I'm passionate about a thing. And I don't regret any of the passion that I might have because these things are important to me. But again, it's not attacking the person. It is attacking the ideology that person has. And not even attack. It's dialoguing. Why? Why you feel this way? Why is this? Why is that? Now, I'll pull this one up. I'm sorry, but the aggression was uncalled for. Y'all acting like 6 is a man and should have woofed back. As a woman, we need to treat women with respect, especially 6. Especially 6. I understand people are fans. We bleed red. We all put on one pants leg at a time. We all deserve respect. But what we're not going to do is be the tone police. Just because someone is angry and gets upset, we're supposed to check people's tones. That's not what we do on this show like that. And I'm not checking somebody's tone if they get loud and screams. It's a conversation. It's a path. We all get loud. Every single woman on this show has gotten loud, has overtalked a man. Every man on that panel has gotten loud and has overtalked women. We're not on there to be dainty. Oh, I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to say nothing. That's not what the show is for. We all have gotten passionate and overtalked. But we don't attack the person. Why is this hard? I don't understand how it's hard for people to understand the idea of a good debate. Once you start attacking a person, you lost the debate. I've lost plenty. So my hands are not clean at all. And I know when I lost because I can't debate the ideology. So I go down and start talking about a person. That's what people do. So it ain't no especially or this. We're all human. We all deserve respect. Does that get out of hand? Yes. But however, how do you deal with it? If you're on a panel and you feel like you're being disrespected because someone overtalks you or someone is getting loud or elevated voice, then what do? We'll break it down. Let's go back. And I'm going to, because again, what I was hearing, and again, I was on the show, was laughter. It being funny. And let me say this too, because I think it's important, especially seeing the chat going. It's voice. It's your voice. Let me tell you something that women do. And again, this is when we do the victimization of womanhood. When men get loud because they're not getting listened to, and they elevate their voice and they get their tone, and then we try to stay so monotone and I don't like it. You look like an idiot. Da, 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 da. If that's not being passive aggressive, it is. It's being passive aggressive when you know someone is getting irritated and you sit there and you laughing. Oh, is your underwear in a bunch? It's passive aggressive. Oh, man, y'all are wild.
Damn, hold on. He's having a post-traumatic breakdown.
Ma'am, hold on, ma'am. I just got one thing so we can at least get some out of this conversation. What did he say that was incorrect? So now he can address it.
Okay. Like I said, I did not come on here to have a direct dialogue with him. Okay.
Which, again, at the beginning, we did see that she did come on to address him. At the beginning, I came on here to address the man in a corner. Is anyone threatened on here? Does any woman on this panel look the least bit threatened by Chaotic because he was getting loud? Logic got loud. He always gets loud. But does any woman on here feel threatened? Hell, Island Girl, you look half asleep. But let's keep it going.
I came on here to simply join the conversation in totality. Now, what I was asking when this conversation started is, what is our goal here? Is our goal here to say that Black people commit more crimes?
And I'm going to skip this because this is, again, is a great conversation, which I think should be another show. Black people crimes, ADOS, FBA, immigrants, that's a whole conversation. But this ain't this show. It's the idea of using femininity, being a woman, and using it as a weapon. Let's go.
No, I don't have to get out. And JR said I can be here. This is not your panel. You cannot kick me out.
Get her out.
Do not speak to me anymore. You are too
No.
aggressive.
You disrespected me first. Ask me about my
I
parents.
did not disrespect you, sir. Stop.
Who called who names first? Like, these are receipts. And the man said, let me so y'all can see my face, because the man said, I feel disrespected. I feel like you disrespected me. So because he doesn't believe what you believe, because you think he's an immigrant, because he got loud and he said right now that he felt disrespected, are we to ignore that? Are we to ignore when a man said he felt disrespected, we're going to ignore it? We're going to laugh it off? What are we doing? Just because someone doesn't have your thoughts or beliefs doesn't mean that we can make fun of them on a platform of thousands. Doesn't mean because he just literally said, I feel disrespected, especially when you be talking about my parents and bringing them up in a conversation he didn't think that it deserved to be talked about. And he didn't want to talk about his personal life on a show of ideas as the Black community is divided. But he said he felt disrespected. Six hasn't said she felt disrespected yet. But he did. Who called the shots first? Who said they felt disrespected first? Now I see what she said, the panties. That came long after this, which, again, if y'all are going to have these conversations, go back and look at it and get your feelings out. Get your feelings out your system. Put your big girl panties on and dissect it as honest and truthfully as you can. Not because you think someone deserves more respect than the other person.
Line. I did not disrespect you at all. Do not speak to me any further. You are being.
So when someone says they're being disrespected, and then you're saying, no, I didn't disrespect you. What are we? Okay, let's go.
Being aggressive to me. I am a woman. You are being an aggressive. You are being an aggressive Black man. You are
No, I'm about being a Black man.
Let me pause that. You are being an aggressive Black man. So again, going to the idea of the image of the Black man. The movie that started it all off, The Birth of a Nation. What did you see? Black men being savages, Black men being aggressive. That's what you saw. That's the image of the Black man. And because this man got loud, now he's just being aggressive, and this aggressive Black man, these words, these hot topic words that women know how to throw, is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. If he's aggressive, okay, chaotic, you're being aggressive to me. You're being an aggressive Black man. We understand that terminology in the Black community, especially if a white woman would have said that. If a white woman would have said, you're being aggressive towards me, and Black aggressive man, what ramifications could that have towards that Black man? A lot. Emmett Till, the idea of the Black man being aggressive. So it's so easy for a woman to say that damn lie on a Black man. It's so damn easy when it's a lie. The show, we overtalk. I get loud all day on this show. Kay get loud. Everyone does. When has been a time where we felt unsafe and you're being an aggressive Black man, really, because you got loud to me? Come on. I understand that some women need to be protected, but in this situation, it's cap. We can't use words matter. We can't say you're being an aggressive Black man, because we know what those ramifications of saying that, especially as a woman, will mean and could mean. Words matter.
I got you. Wait, hold on, Chaotic.
Get her out of here.
6 is staying. JR is controlling from behind the scenes. So now we're gonna move to Scam Likely. Scam.
I'm not.
To the panel.
We're not gonna do Scam. He's a whole troll. Now, if you want my opinion, well, it's my show, so I'm gonna give it to you. It turned when then he started taking shots. So again, we done been on this, watching 5-6 minutes of this. He hasn't came at her not one time. Not once. But then he decided to, which again, that's on him. Was it called for? Maybe, maybe not. But how many times are you going to feel disrespected when someone is calling you, name calling you, before you try to take a jab back? So let me, y'all, I'm on my call. I'm all kind of caffeinated up today. Let me ask a question to the chat, since y'all got a lot to say. As a man that feels like he is being disrespected by a woman that is making fun of him, calling him Carlton Banks, and your underwear is up your butt, and your suspenders and your pocket protectors, and he hasn't called her out, none name, hasn't addressed her personally as an attack. How long is he supposed to not do that? So because you're a woman, you can't get the fade? Because you're a woman, I can't roast you because I'm a man? What we doing? I grew up with 3 brothers. As soon as I walk in their house, they start roasting. Old biscuit head looking at nigga. Am I supposed to be like, don't you dare roast me? I'm a woman. Don't you bet not do it. I got boobs and you don't. I'm a whole adult and I can hold my own as well, especially when I know I'm going on a platform of a whole lot of people that have different opinions and think differently from me. I'm on there because I can hold my own. And if you don't want it, if you don't want the smoke with Black men, if you want to feel safe and feel treated as a gentle butterfly, then don't be passive aggressive. Don't use triggering words as in aggressive Black man to a Black man. Don't start joking on a Black man if you can't get those jokes back. I love a good roast.
Ma'am, 6. I'm already mad.
I didn't defend her. I didn't talk about her.
Wait, hold on.
The reality is this. This is the reality. This is what it all comes down to.
Name call you. You're a single mother. How about that?
And that's where it turned. to me. Once he started name calling and threw that out there, that single mother, that triggering word that we're in this space as a mother that had her baby unwed, that's a single mom. And I say single because I'm not married. However, she has a dad that's in her life. So let me just make that clear. So I'm not raising a child by myself. However, I'm unmarried and I have a child. And we all know in that space that's a triggering word because they use it to throw a jab. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm honest. People in this space use that you're just a single mother as a comeback, or if you're joking on someone. They don't use it in anything positive. Hell, I guess it's not positive, but it's the truth. Me and her both single moms. It is what it is. But when we come in this space knowing that that's what we have on our backs, don't like it, don't come into space. But I know I'm going to get talked about. I get talked about all the time. And I know that's one thing. She ain't nothing but a baby mama. Well, debate my thoughts. Debate my opinions. Debate what I always try to show, stats, facts, and obviously right now showing receipts. Debate that. But when you can't, and you just go as a low baby mama, then I know you ain't about this life. Now, if I start joking back, then you're going to get hurt. Trust me, and then it's coming. But Chaotic felt like, and this is what he said, you've been throwing shots at me all night. Now I'm going to start. That man had every right to.
Okay, this is what it all comes down to. Okay, thank you. This is what it all comes down to. What it all comes down to is that every crime, can you shut up? Every crime that is committed is always a crime of proximity.
Your wedding ring, ma'am.
Sir, show me your birth certificate.
God, we're in the same room with this one.
Show me your passport. You got going
for yourself if you're tall. That's it.
Let me see this because I'm gonna. So he didn't say anything. Yell, start crying about 6 and anything. Are y'all not watching what I'm watching? Are you so far up your own ass that you're not watching what I'm watching? I don't care if you think he's corny. I don't care if you think everything he says is dumb. The man did not disrespect. Getting loud, your tone. I hate to refer it back, but I am. This is the whole thing with the whole Kevin Samuels being the tone police. Just because I'm not saying a thing that you like, just because I'm getting loud, like obviously I'm doing now. Am I disrespecting y'all because I'm getting loud? Am I disrespecting the community because y'all now see a whole Black woman getting loud? He disrespected the race. Then debate him. But did he disrespect you? Because you sure enough, 6 disrespected him from the go. He disrespect the race. So I'm going to make fun of him. Debate him. This is what the show is about. You come on, you don't believe him, then debate him. I am so tired of people in this space wanting to make fun of who you are, and I get it all the time in my comments. You're a chameleon, Courtney. You always flipping it up. Well, what I flip up? Tell me what I've said that I have not been consistent on since I've been in this space. You mad because you saw an angry Black woman on the show and now I'm not the submissive, dainty woman that you all wanted me to be. I'm human. But none person that has ever called me a chameleon has ever came up to me and debated what I thought. Not a non-reaction video has ever said anything. Well, she flip-flopped on her opinion because I've been consistent. and I'm being consistent right now. The idea of weaponizing yourself, your femininity, being a woman, having breasts and ass does not give you the right to talk shit about a black man and use that to weaponize him, because you can't debate what that man is saying. I said that before, and I'm going to say it again, and I'm 10 toes down on that. Let's go.
I mean, clearly you've been stalking me. You know everything about me. You know I got a baby. You know I'm tall. You know my Instagram. You love me. You be on my page every day. Clearly. I don't know you. I've never heard of you in my life. Meanwhile,
yeah, I don't care about all that.
I'm on mute. Thank you, sir.
Now this, I don't.
Go ahead, Six.
Man, sidebar, because that really irritated me just on the sidebar. If y'all coming on these panels that's being seen amongst thousands of folks, you coming up there eating fried chicken is the most disrespectful, disgusting thing that you can do on a panel of people that's having real dialogue. You come here eating chicken? Come on, black woman, holding you accountable too. If you ain't ready to discuss, if you're not ready to debate, then eat your Popeyes off camera and come on when you're ready to discuss and debate. The hell? You coming out eating chicken? I'm sorry. I digress. Well, she need to get blocked because that was disgusting. But let go.
okay. First of all, I will not be lied on. I did not come on this panel and disrespect anyone. I did.
Now that's up for debate, which I'm willing to debate because she didn't come on too. But the man felt disrespected and said it on multiple occasions. I feel disrespected. And what was told to that man? I don't feel like I did. It ain't about how you felt. If he felt disrespected, then he did.
Did not come on this panel and say who your mama is. I came on this panel and I said, sir, where are your parents from? So I just want to make that clear. I don't know this man. I did not come on here and disrespect anyone. Second of all, I think it's very ironic to sit and say that it's black people who are violent when white people have really went around committing genocide, mass shootings, stealing people's land, and are the number.
Again, give me one moment. Because again, I do think those are really good conversations to have. And then when we have those conversations, we might get heated. And that's not disrespect. Getting loud, someone gets overtalks you. Okay. Let me go.
Your mama is. And that's all I will say. I only debate my equals, everyone else.
Hold on, because I'm like, you gotta help me out, bro. I'm not sure if you're a woman or a man. I'm sorry, I can't really see the people. So asking a question is attacking someone, but yelling and calling someone a nag is not okay. Well, I'm not following that. What is attacking some? What? Y'all have to help me, okay? Asking a question, no, that's not attacking someone. But making fun of them, making fun of a person, calling a person Carlton and your suspenders and your pocket protector, Ken, that is an attack. That's an attack on that person and not his ideas or thoughts. What is it? Do I need to pull up definitions? Y'all know I love a Webster dictionary. It's an insult. Insulting someone is inevitably verbally attacking someone. If I call you ain't nothing but a fat slob, that's an insult. What does that got to do with what I'm thinking and my thoughts? Nothing. Who shot the first blow, Omega Red? I'll wait. Who called names first, Omega? I'll wait. I'll wait. No, you don't want to respond. Who called the first name first? Oh, no. Okay. And I didn't think so. Didn't think so.
If you are uneducated on how all this works and you already have your mind made up to hear things in a certain way and that white people are good and we are bad, then I won't have any conversation with you. But I want to make it very clear, I did not come on here and disrespect anyone. And do not speak to me any further. I do not give you consent to speak to me. You were extremely aggressive towards me, and I'm scared. And I would appreciate if the other men on the panel would enforce my saying I do not consent to him speaking to me any further and help me enforce that against him. Thank you.
Let's talk about that. Those words, I do not give consent. Let me tell y'all something. When you get on a panel, everyone has consent to talk. When you get on a panel that's not yours, and we're all on there to talk, that's consent. If you don't want to talk to someone that's on the panel, bounce, get off. I feel scared of what? Because a black man got loud? Do we not hear that with women, white women all the time? I'm scared. He got loud. What are we scared about on the internet when someone gets loud at us? How do you feel threatened for your life on the internet when someone gets loud with you? Make it make sense. I don't give consent. I'm loud. You loud. Men, black men protect a black woman now. Even though for 10 minutes I'm going back and forth with you, calling you Carlton Banks, suspenders and all. I'm going back and forth, but now I don't feel safe. And I'm scared. Scared of what? Scared of what? And I know I saw the show yesterday, and I'm not going to pull it up because y'all know the people been flagging folks. But you can. I was called out on the show about not understanding why I felt away, and we're going to go because I'm going to show you what I said, and I stand by it. But what are we scared of? We scared of chaotic truth because he got loud? Whose life is threatened? Because you're an aggressive black man. Can someone tell me, when we talk about masculinity, when we talk about alpha men, what is one of the characteristics of a strong man? I'll tell you what it is: aggressive. I'm gonna. She accused him of. I saw that. No, not Lapeef going to flag me. I'm talking about on her show because she addressed it. I'm gonna get to that, Bandit. Let me finish this.
All right, so wait,
guy interject.
Wait, because I said at the outset, I'm asking for men to be disciplined because I said at the outset, I'm going to allow her to respond because you invoked her name. Yes. And then if you ask something else, I'm asking you to put a pin in it.
No, it's not about her. It's not about her. I do have.
Okay, Rilla. Chicago Rilla. My guy. Got it back under control. As chaotic truth, all right, chill out. Even though he did not have to, but he did. And he calmed it down. Are we still scared? Is he being aggressive? Are we're in fear of our life now? This black man just aggressive?
Okay, so I want to get to Mr. Daly.
Okay. Again, real quick.
Wait, hold on. Logic, restart the timer because I'm going to give him 60 seconds on this.
Okay. Definitely got to use timers, though.
Oh, okay. It said 60 seconds. Okay. Again, and I'm going to respect the request. If America or any other Western country is so bad, there are 60 plus African and Caribbean nations where black people are the dominant population. Some countries have 99.9% black Bantu African people, like Liberia does.
And I'm going to pause it there. And I'm going to pause it there because of this. This black aggressive man, when told, don't address me, what did he say? All right. But I'm still going to ask my question. And he did. And didn't address, didn't say her name, but then started asking questions. Again, you don't have to agree with him, but that doesn't mean he needs to be silenced.
For example, so if America is so bad, so racist, so oppressive, leave this great capitalistic country that has a great infrastructure, great education system. You can be anything you want to be here. Leave this country and go live in one of these beautiful black African.
All right. I'm going to, so you guys can see. So we move on after that whole debacle. He asked a question, didn't ask it to her. He actually granted her request. And we move on with the conversation. And she dropped off. So if I make a request, I feel scared. I feel like you're aggressive. Don't talk to me. And the black man said, okay, I won't. But let's continue on because, again, obviously he's passionate about this. If you've seen his page, this is all he talks about. But we move on to the conversation. And then the person that felt attacked leaves. You would think that would be it. Maybe somebody can help me out. Because I don't understand, again, if I feel attacked, why I'm going to stay in a place where I feel attacked on the internet. Anybody? Somebody? If I feel attacked on the internet, on a panel that I voluntarily went on, I can voluntarily remove myself. But you didn't do that. It's fine. But then you leave. And we continue on with the conversation because, again, it's a show. And the show moves on. So we continue to have the conversation. Let me pull something back up. Now, mind you, I'm pulling up this at the 4-hour and 54-minute mark. I am scrubbing to 5 hours and 22 minutes. Can somebody in chat tell me how long that is? Yeah, no, my math don't be mathing sometime. Damn near almost 30 minutes. Let's just say that. Let's scrub to the 5:22 minute. Damn near 30 minutes. Can someone tell me who pops up?
Do all much this shit. That's
Log
not
it.
To feel
Can
a,
I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
to feel attacked, to feel threatened by a black man on a panel, and then you leave, but then pop back up. How scared are we? Can somebody? Anybody? How scared are we that we drop off, but then we come back on 28 minutes after the fact? How? How are we scared? Y'all don't want to call a spade for whatever biases that you might have, whatever fans, or I agree wholeheartedly or I don't like him wholeheartedly. That's fine, but come on. How scared are you to come back 28 minutes later? Because you're not. There's nothing threatening about non-black men on this panel. And I get offended. I'm offended because I'm on this panel on Thursdays talking my little heart out. But I've never felt under attack or threatened by non-black men, and that's including Chaotic Truth. And I've been on multiple panels with him. He's been on my show. Don't agree with him. He gets loud with me like that too. I might get loud with him back. Might look funny, but I'm not scared. It's the internet. And if I feel unwelcomed on the show, and I feel like black men don't have my back on the show, then I bounce. But I'm damn sure not going to pop back up. Well, I'm a 28 minutes later, I'm popping back up. So you're not scared. The victimization that we use with our femininity to black men and the ramifications of that is demonstrative, is disgusting. And I'm calling it like it is. And get mad all you want. I don't care. Let's go. I'm going to keep playing it.
Okay, so I just wanted to come back on because you brought me up. And I wanted to ask why, when I said, hey, this man is, when I came on the panel, I came on and I asked him a question. Okay. He could have simply said, I don't want to answer the question. Instead, he went off on an entire rant. We're going to sit here and act like he did not get aggressive, get loud, start yelling. This man got extremely aggressive, then started attacking my motherhood, talking about I'm a single mom, I did all this. So then when I have to defend myself,
I'm pausing it. And this is why I'm pausing it. Was that the chain of events that occurred? See, sometimes we get emotional, and that's why sometimes I gotta play it back, because what I think I said or what I thought I did, I look back and be like, no, damn, Courtney did say that. No, Courtney, no, they was right. They was super right. Oh, you was wrong. You thought something, but then you look it back and you look at the receipts, and a thing of a thing, it's not a thing. And a lot of times what we do as women or as men, we don't want to call out our bullshit. We don't want to call out when we making fun of somebody, but we sure enough gonna call out when someone says something about us. You called out my motherhood. Yeah, you did. But why? The Carltons, the suspenders, the pocket, the draws up your ass. All of those were said prior to you being a single mother. Shout out to Mr. Logic. Let's keep it funky. All of that happened before. Why wasn't that mentioned? Why wasn't the idea of me? Yeah, I did call you this before you called me a baby mama. I called you a Carlton. And that's not a compliment. We know that. All around this space, y'all keep talking about Russell Wilson being a cornball and that's not a compliment. But that wasn't said. But that's what was done. Honestly.
Then all of a sudden I'm playing the victim. If this man did not get aggressive towards me, imagine him speaking that way towards me in real life. Imagine me as a woman having this man yell and scream and go off like that in real life. So if I sit and say, hey, this is making me uncomfortable, he is being irrational. And then at this point, I'm checking out because I'm not about to sit and go toe to toe with a man.
But that's what was. Okay, so maybe again, this is a debate show. You came on asking a question to a black man that he got offended by. That's going back and forth. Debating, you know what debate is? Talking about your ideas and what you feel is factual, back and forth. Do you know what I do all day in this space? Go back and forth. If you don't want to go back and forth with the man, I got to make it make sense. If you don't want to go back and forth with a man, don't get on a panel with a man and ask him questions and then offend him and then get mad he's offended. And then when he starts shooting back, pow, 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 now we're scared. That is playing a victim. Y'all so quick to say victim Olympics. I throw the first shot because you got loud and I attack you personally. And then once you attack me, I'm scared. That's playing victim. That's not holding yourself accountable. So I'm doing it.
Never done that, and I'm not going to do that, okay? So I don't like how you're painting this picture as though this man was totally respectful and calm, and I just decided to be a Karen and act like I'm he's about to come through the phone and slap me. The reality is the way that he was speaking was unnecessary. As a man, you don't need to speak at a woman that aggressively. You just don't need to.
Why not? I'm going to drop the link because y'all have a lot to say. Oh, I'm going to drop it in a minute because I'm going to watch more. We've already seen the video. Did you? Did you already see the video? Because your ideas are warped. Saying that he came personally and attacked her first, which is obviously a lie. Feeling attacked or scared, but then come back on to address it 28 minutes later. That's not scared. If I'm walking down a dark alley and I'm scared, and then I walk down the dark alley 28 minutes later, I don't care. Someone said fans, that's fine. Yeah, I'm attacked every day. I don't even got used to it. And I don't care anymore. So again, if I walk down an alley and I'm scared, am I going to just walk down that alley again 28 minutes later because I'm scared? No, I must not be scared because I keep going up and down this alley.
This has nothing to do with being a Karen or using my feminine.
60 Goddess. Okay, so I thought we weren't going to talk about me, but real quick, just 10 seconds. 60 Goddess, you can rest assured that I would never in a million years have a conversation with you in real life. You, again, if you listen to the first 10 minutes of me coming on here, you would already know. I mean, it's your behavior, your decorum. Absolutely not. I wouldn't even talk to you in real life.
Yeah. I mean, if she had that question for me, I was going to address it, but I'm not going to address it if she's not up here. So I would definitely address it. And then the replay will prove everything.
Yeah.
I sat back and I watched everything that happened, sis. And I saw your question. You came up here and you said you got smoke for him. Your words was the brother all the way to the left of the panel. That was your exact words, sis.
That is not disrespectful or aggressive. I don't know his name. I'm asking his name.
Yes, but this is what you did, sis. I can run it back. You said, you came up here and you said, well, I ain't really got nothing or whatever, but I got something for the brother all the way on the end of the panel.
No, and I said, I have a question. I said, hey, I have a question. And we can, I mean, it's on camera.
It is on camera, and I'm doing the replay. And I'm doing the replay.
Run it back. What I said is, I have a question. I said, what is the brother's name to the right? And I said, where can I ask, where are your parents from? Please explain to me how that is disrespectful.
Exactly what I said. You don't got to repeat it. We heard it. I saw it. And when
can you explain how that's disrespectful?
Ma'am, it's just like this. I'm coming up on your panel, right? Or I come on the panel. And the first question I have you, I said,
I'm going to pause it there because I'm going to go because I want you to hear my response. And my response on Thursday to today is the exact same. Exact same. So let's go. Well, let's see.
but did anybody hear that she said she feel uncomfortable?
Yes, I heard her say it several times. She said it several times. You are being super aggressive. I'm uncomfortable right now. I do not feel safe. She said it several times when she got back on the panel. She said it again. That's why I came up here and said,
No, baby, why is she, what you know what that is? See, you thought I was talking about something totally different.
What are you talking about?
You just proved my point. And she went in the chat and said she was just playing. Did you know that, Tamika?
Just playing with what? In what regard? She definitely came up here and said she was
that he feels unsafe.
Tamika,
So
you bit the trap, Tamika.
Yeah. So the idea of that is that women can use their femininity, being a woman,
yes,
to say, I feel uncomfortable, I feel safe,
yep,
to make the man an aggressor.
Yep. And
That's the idea.
Actually,
hold on.
My stance then and my stance today. Women use femininity, the essence of being a woman, and what that means. We use it to victimize men we don't like, men that hurt us, men that won't bow down to us or do as I say. We use it. And I broke it completely down on why it was used on this show. I said what I said. I said it Thursday and I said it now. If you are scared, quote unquote, then you wouldn't have came back up multiple times. Addressed the man multiple times. If you don't want a man to be aggressive to you, then don't be passive aggressive to him. If you don't want to go back and forth on the panel that's half men, half women, don't get on the panel. Or if you're going to get on there, say, I'm just addressing the women because I don't want to address and go back and forth with the man. Don't put yourself in a situation. And that'll stop that. Can't be passive aggressive and then get upset when a man get loud and aggressive because he's a man and that's what they do. Women use that as you can always remove yourself from a situation. This is the internet. Now, I was told that there were some things said about me, didn't understand why I felt this way. Well, this is why. And I'm not changing anything that I said on that show, and I'm not changing at all. Again, I'm consistent. Chameleon or not, I'm consistent. I'm going to take a couple calls. And if you don't agree with me, you can come up. If you know me, I'm not scared of none smoke from the South. I'm a shooter. That's what I do. But we're going to call a spade a spade. I did want to address the show, but I don't think I have to. There's no point. A point for me to address the things that was said. But now there was nothing in this show that had anything to do with someone being assaulted. There was nothing in the show that any of these men were overly flirtatious, because they weren't. There was nothing in the show that deemed some of the things that I heard, it was not justifiable. Now, if you want to paint a picture of these particular men, that's fine, but these men did not get disrespectful sexually to anybody on this panel on that show. And so the idea of someone saying that they did is absolutely gross. We're real people on these panels. We have real jobs and real family. What you say matters. When you spread lies about somebody, especially one that someone said that they sexually assaulted someone or felt that they were, and these people have families, and to do that to a Black man, we already know that the world is against them. Whether you feel like they ADOS, I don't care. Still a man. And that man still has a family. Words matter. I'm going to take a couple calls. What's going on? What the funk?
Working and working and working. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I think this is a dope conversation to get into, and thank you for speaking on it. Do you want me to wait for the other person to chop in real quick?
Yeah. Going in. What's going on, my brother? How are you? So I want to know, I don't know if you guys saw the show on Thursday. Someone said it was a shit show. Well, sometimes it does occur. So I'm not taking that at all. I agree. But what we're talking about is what you guys saw. And I dissected it as much as I could so everyone could get the full range of exactly what happened. So I would love, as Black men, has this ever happened to you? A woman victimizing you, using her femininity to accuse you of something? Did you feel like this happened on this occasion? So tell me your thoughts, and what the funk, I'll go with you first.
I think there's two things I got to realize. Like, yes, the internet, but that same type of energy, had it been done in public, would have gotten chaotic truth killed. And I don't believe in what he says. I don't agree with a lot of the things he says. I think it's completely underplaying some of the things that have happened, but at the same time, that's what she labeled him as. And again, yes, the whole dainty picking at some. This is not me saying that all women do this, but it is that a lot of women in our community have. They don't actually debate points. We debate and we try to get a gotcha moment. We debate and try to debate and try to make the other lose their frame, and then when that happens, then like a lot of times on the women's side, you can point at CCC, and that's kind of what happened last night. She kind of passively with her community, and if she was an ugly person, I don't think she would get the same that she's getting now. But because she's attractive, everyone's so like, yeah, she's speaking for the culture. It doesn't matter. If you're here to debate points, the whole name calling, the whole panties in a bunch, fine. Maybe he has PTSD from what happened to him in high school. That's still on her, and that's out there. She's picking at him to move him off of his square. But unfortunately, that's majority of what we do in our culture anyway. So it's not completely off code. That's unfortunately what we do.
All right. Thank you with the phone. Let me get Brother Alon here. How are you? Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Courtney. Courtney, I really love your perspective. I think that you have suffered at the hands of some of these people. I think we need to stand on what we believe in, like that song, the old song, I've got to be me.
Right.
Because I got to be who I really am. And I was married 48 years. My wife died of cancer. I took care of her the last 4 years of her life. I'm 70 years old now. I'm looking for another Black sister to marry. And yes, I am. And yes, ma'am. And I hope she's like you. You know what I'm saying? My age, of course. Anyone from the late 40s all the way to her 70s. And that would be wonderful. But I just wanted to give you my support. Concentrate on the direction that you wish to go in and allow your creativity to flow. And don't allow these other panels to derail you, because that's what they'll do. They'll distract you. They will try to lead you in the wrong direction. And with Black people, we have to get back together, Black on Black, and have some real love and family. That's what I feel. And I just wanted to give you my support. I'm glad this time my mic works.
Yes. I remember.
Yes,
well, I appreciate
Any
you
questions
so much.
for me?
What you need?
Any questions you would like to ask me?
Well, you know what? There is kind of a little dating show that's coming up.
Oh, great.
So in the chat, send me your email and I'm gonna get a hold of you. Because
Salam Allah Alternative Channel. Also Salam Allah SALAAM, last name ALLAH, Facebook. I can be contacted there. And my email out when I get back, when you cancel my video, transitphotography@yahoo.com.
Okay. Yeah, send it. I'm gonna get a hold of you because you're handsome.
Well, I'm 70 years old. Thank you.
That's all
Courtney.
right. You handsome. So I'm gonna take care of you. Don't you worry about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking forward.
All right. I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna bring some more up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Want the funk? I'll keep you up here for a second. We're gonna cut some people up here. What's going on, Mr. Logic? Hey, calling it what it is. I know somebody's about to disagree with me. What's going on?
Peace.
And that's we gonna have a conversation. What's going on, Yellow Pill?
What's going on, everybody? Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat.
Good to see. Well, see you kind of. Been a minute. So, what do you guys got for me?
I'll be a gentleman and let the lady go first.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, The brother started with disrespect. It's undebatable. The brother definitely started with disrespect. She came on there and asked him a question, and his rebuttal was condescending and passive aggressive. Oh, my parents are from Japan. Oh no, they're not really from Japan. But what's your point? He didn't even give her a chance to get to get out what she was, the point that she was trying to make, the question, to even give a follow-up question. He initiated the interaction with disrespect. He didn't even give her a chance at all. And that's because he already didn't like her, which he exposed himself later on with the personal jabs. Then to go on, she gets into the, okay, well, Carlton, but this is all while he's going on this anti-Black American rant about how he won't leave his car in the hood. Oh, y'all are single mothers. He used nigga with the hard R.
All
so
right,
not only was he disrespecting her and her people, he disrespected every Black American on that panel.
Zizi, I'm gonna play it again.
Please.
Because you're saying that she was disrespected at the first. He disrespected her first because of his tone?
Because of his condescending tone and passive aggressive response. She asked him where he was from, and he said, my parents are from Japan. Oh, no, I'm just playing, but what's your point?
Well, he didn't. Okay. I'm playing it back. I'll play it back. Hold on.
Say, oh, you're being toxic. Are you a murderer? Are you like this? Why can't I bring that point up?
Hey, chaotic.
Hey,
I'm gonna go to a white town.
Hey,
What's going on? Say welcome to the show. What you got?
how y'all doing?
Hey, Isaac.
Hey,
Who's that?
I have a quick question. I have a question for the brother on the end. What is his name?
It's chaotic.
Chaotic. Where are your parents from?
You know what? I'm so tired of answering that question. That's a private question. I'm so tired of answering that question.
Why are you tired of answering it? I've asked it to you one time.
Everybody's asking me that question. What does that question mean?
It means a lot. Okay, I'm just simply asking, what is your background? I don't understand.
Okay. They're from Japan. Okay. Now, what's the next question?
Okay.
So was he being disrespected there? Yes. Disrespectful? How is that disrespectful if the man? Let me ask you, Zizi, how is that being disrespectful when he said, I'm so tired of answering that question?
Because he was being condescending and passive aggressive. If he didn't want to answer the question, say, I'm not answering the question, just let that be that. Just go on with your point, 6. You don't have to say, oh, I'm not answering the question. Well, they're from Japan.
Well, that's not how it went.
That's literally what he just said. He said, why don't you
He said he was very calm. He said, I'm tired of answering that question.
You don't have to.
And it could have been settled then. It could have been like, all right, then, well, I'll ask something else. The man said, I'm tired of answering the question. He was calm.
And then continued on to answer the question passive aggressively and condescendingly.
She kept going. Why? Why
not? If you don't want to have that interaction, why not just say, sis, I don't want to answer that question and just shut up. Just stop talking from there. Why feel the need to have a passive aggressive condescending response at all? That's not even masculine. It's feminine behavior.
I don't know if I agree with you. But again, because he said, I'm tired of having a conversation. And she kept going, why? He was like, all right, they're from Japan. Now what? How is that being He was tired of getting asked that question, which clearly he gets asked a lot, and we understand why. He said, I'm so tired of it. He was not loud. He was not belligerent.
He got loud and belligerent. We're gonna get to that.
Well,
he definitely got there very quickly.
Okay, but
very quickly.
But at the beginning, he didn't start it off.
But that's what I'm saying. He did. That was the passive aggressive way of him starting it off, of him initiating the disrespect. Okay, well, I'm going to ask. I said I don't want to answer your question. Well, now I'm just going to answer it because I want to be disrespectful because I want to make fun of the point you're trying to make, even though the point she was making was legit.
Let me ask, when he said, I'm tired of answering that, how come she didn't stop? Why do she keep poking?
Because she wanted to know because she was trying to intentionally expose him for what.
Right.
That's why
So she was trying to find something to expose him with again, but this wasn't a well-faith argument to begin with. And we know it.
In a well-made argument?
I said a good faith argument.
It was.
He came on trying to poke. He said, I'm tired of it. Why? Because she wanted him to respond.
So why not just remove you guys have mute buttons. People remove themselves from the panel. You can just say, I don't want to talk about it and remove yourself. Why are you
if you know she could have did the same thing.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get Mr. Logic, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yellow, what you got to say, Mr. Logic? I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was glad I let the young lady go first. This is weird when you want to be like, he was being passive aggressive because he didn't want to answer the question. Well, that was a boundary he set. He set that boundary, and she continued to cross it. You know what I mean? Regardless of how you feel about chaotic truth, he set a boundary.
Well, she didn't really cross it. She asked him why.
Yeah, he did. Because if we fast forward through the whole conversation, he felt like he crossed the boundary. Wait a minute, hold on. She felt like he crossed the boundary, and she expressed it. Oh, I feel unsafe. All this. She went into verbalizing the boundary that she felt like he. See, now it's funny how you can lean back and turn up your face about her being offended, like because you know it's some BS. No, so when she come back, when she come back and express her boundaries,
she said she was trolling. She was trying to make a point out of doing that. She was really just trying
then don't play in the street. Then don't go playing in the street. Don't go playing in the street. Then if she trolling, don't go playing in the street. That's like playing in the street and get mad. You get hit by a cop.
Mr. Lodge, I'm glad you got on there because let's talk about the trolling and the ramifications and how it can demolish, hurt, jail Black folks, especially Black men. Come on.
Who's about to lock this brother up for this? Especially after that. And honestly, after that egregious comment he made about her pantyhose, and no one.
What's your name, sis?
ZZ.
To him.
We'll get to it, ZZ.
We don't want to talk about that.
Well, ZZ, I respect your position, but I'm just, if you mind, can I ask you? I was there, and I just break it down from what occurred, and then I'll do it in a series of questions, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Good.
Okay. So first off, that it came up, right? And I respect that because I found out some different stuff last night that she was talking about FBA, and it's based on lineage, if I'm right.
Yes.
Okay. So in the context of it, like if she would have said that, then I would have kind of understand. But like I said, I didn't understand, and I really thought the whole conversation was off. But then let's move past that. It kept on going, right? And then it kept on going. It kept going back and forth. You know what? We're going to approach the protection piece, right? You said the mute button. We have no access to the mute button on that panel. So I had no access. If you look at it, we try to say, hey, chaotic, chill. Hey, sis, chill. It's getting too hot. And if you look at it, it was a series of comments going back and forth. He was being called Carlton. She was being called baby mamas. But I'm going to ask you this one thing, because you said something about the panties, right?
Oh, and hold on. We're not going. Let's slide past that, because she made the cultural in the midst of his rant, his anti-Black American rant, where he talked about baby mothers. He talked about not wanting car in the hood. He used nigga with the hard R. This was after a series of disrespect.
Yeah, but that's why I said it was
when everybody else says a Black American.
No, that's what I said. They was throwing Earl. They was shooting at each other back and forth, right?
Nah, not really. He started shooting much earlier, prematurely.
No, sis. But you know what? I'm kind of moving, Courtney, though. But watch this. It was obviously a series of comments going back and forth. I was there, sis. I would see her. I had my hand on my head. I couldn't believe it, right? But let's get to this, right? Wait. Hold up, sis. I'm just saying this, right? In them series of hers that was going back and forth, right? Did you see him say that? Did you hear her say that he was Carlton and his tidy whities?
Yeah, but this again in the
wait, sis, wait, sis. I'm just trying to make a point, right? Did you hear her say the tighty whitey thing, right?
Yes, I did.
What is tighty whitey's men underwear?
Those are boys' underwear.
Okay, boys' underwear, right? And then the other version of that for a female would be considered panties, right?
Brother, no, we're not about to compare
No,
that.
It's just a yes or no. Okay, I'm just saying, sis.
Allow your tidy whities. She didn't even ask the brother. That was a, and this is what I'm saying. It's levels to disrespect. This is why I said he started with the passive aggression. That was a
And this is why I say most women don't belong in these spaces.
Right.
This is exactly why I say that.
Joke. That's a surface level joke. Alton, tidy white. That's a surface level joke. He gave.
It doesn't. He felt disrespected. ZZ,
Okay.
hold on. ZZ. The first person that blew the jab as far as a personal attack was Six. The first person to say that they felt disrespected was Chaotic.
No. He said this is why I like white people. Black people. That was an indirect jab to us. This is why I like white people, because
he had made a couple white folk jokes a couple times, and even him and everybody else had a laugh about it. If you go back and look at it, just before she came up there directly asking him a question, and trust me, I'm far from defending chaotic truth, but I defend what I see. Right, I defend what my eyes show me, and my thing is this.
Hold on, bro. Let her finish and get it out, though. So you know what I'm saying? I mean,
right. So I can say something.
Okay, Miss Law, did you want to finish your comment before we go?
I just want to finish because I'm trying to wrap it all up, right?
Okay.
So now we agreed that we heard, and then I can take the clips and I can cut them up for you, and I will actually. Well, I don't do no channel, but the thing is it's all in there. Let's get to when he said the panties, right? I got accused of sexual assault because I was saying in a form of her, I used the analogy. I said, ma'am, that's just like you coming up asking this man like with his race when we didn't understand where you was going with that. That's just like me and you having a relationship talk and I'm asking you, do you have a BBL? And then wait, let me finish, right? Was that sexual assault?
No. I thought that context, I don't think you as an example was the same as him saying that directly to her, because you was trying to make an example. So that's why I don't think that's why I didn't.
Now, if you listen,
it was unequivocal, like that. It was false equivalency, which we were trying to use. But
I was just trying to show that it was dumb for me to talk relationship with her and ask her, do she got a butt job, right? So now, if you listen to it, right, she kept saying that she was trying to defend her point about how valid that question was. And then if you listen, he said, it's just like me asking you what color your panties are. Look, if you look at it, it's one right after the other. After I made the point, he was coming, and then people would say, oh, he said it multiple times. And if you listen, like on the panels, when you try to say something and people be talking at the same time, and then they talking at the same time. So he said it multiple times. And I promise you this, I'm a bad man, but I'm not gonna do that though. But you can get the context, right? So now let's move on, right? And all this you can see it in the video, and it's proven. Then she started saying after a while, and I'm a confess, he seemed like he knew too much about her.
Way too much.
Yeah, and you see how unfair and I'm honest. And I was like, okay, well, and I displayed that. I said, oh, bro, how you know this shit about her? Whatever. But it continued, and then now, like I said, we said.
But nobody clearly checked the personal jabs. That was another form.
Listen, sis, you cannot. You right now. If men right now, check this out. Do you know if men you get the fussing right now, and then men you have no control of this panel, right? Can you mute me?
No, but I can remove myself from the screen.
Okay, and she could, but sis, she could also. But see, when you're dealing with that, it's equal on both sides. And let's be honest, he was actually a part of the initial panel. She came up later. Now let's go ahead and move forward, because I want to prolong this. This what happened.
Come on, for context.
After a while, What's that?
Let somebody else.
On her show, she says that she was asked to come on. That's why she came on.
I know, sis. You know how long that show was going before she came on?
4 hours.
That's not the point. She was asked to come on.
Okay, and I understand that, but she came on later, or whatever. But that's the mute point.
That's irrelevant.
Well, yeah, well, it don't matter. But let's get on. Let's go now. Let's get to where she said she felt uncomfortable. Right out of nowhere, she started saying she felt uncomfortable. All this stuff started occurring, and then if you look at the video, I called her out on it. You know what she said in the chat? She said she was trolling.
Yeah.
In the chat, she said, yeah. Now, I'm going to say this. If she was trolling, then how her being uncomfortable now became a reality on her channel, and it turned into sexual assault?
Because she was trolling, but she was also trying to make a point. One,
no. Wait.
Let Trey go. Hold on, let Trey go.
He is doing way too much.
Come on. You can't, hold on. You can't troll with those sexual assault stuff on men.
Sis, check it out.
You cannot troll.
You can.
Hold on. Because I'm going to mute everybody. You can't trolling like that has ramifications of it. You can't stay on the panel this show has been seen right now by 30,000 people. And you come on the show saying that you feel attacked. You come on the show feeling you feel unsafe and you're scared. But in the chat where no one can see, the 30,000 people can't see that chat and say you're trolling. Key. You can't, that's not, but we have to hold ourselves accountable.
And you
cannot say you're scared. So now when people see this of a black man and black woman talking about she's scared, but yet she's trolling, and it's funny, it ain't a joke.
Let me say something.
Well, hold on. Let me just wrap this up. ZZ, I'm gonna just ask you this. How is it trolling during the panel and it becomes sexual assault the next day?
What do you mean it becomes sexual assault the next day?
She accused us of sexual assault the next day on her panel.
No, she didn't. She said that if that was in real life, if that was in a workplace, then
no, sis.
Sexual assault. But she's 100% correct. You cannot say that to a woman in the workplace and expect.
Okay, so that means she cannot say nothing about his. She cannot say nothing about his underwear. Then, if you want to use that logic, that's sexual assault also.
Oh, brother, again, I disagree with that. But even if you want to go with that, it doesn't negate that. It doesn't negate it.
I know.
All
right, hold on. Let Trey. Go ahead. Let him go.
That emotion that he felt the need to get so aggressive in the first place over a simple question, even if he didn't see the relevance.
Hey, Courtney, last point. Look, last point, because I've been up all night. Last point, ZZ, right here, right? So now, what if Six was to get on a panel and talk about another woman's pussy? Would that be inappropriate or sexual assault?
He said to talk about another
woman's pussy.
Another woman's pussy.
That's what it said.
And she got up on a panel to talk about another woman
and commented about a woman's vagina.
You ready to see how
hold on. Y'all, wait. Let her answer.
Sex and dating, it depends. Are you talking about, say, it depends on the context of the conversation?
Oh my God.
No, okay.
The context of the
first, you gotta be real.
Hold on, player. Hold on. I just want to, this is the last point. The context of it was the same thing, but she didn't use an analogy, and she said, "You got a hot puss."
No, it can definitely be said. Of course, if you was in a workplace and she said that to another woman, commented on
that would be said.
Okay. So guess what? The person who's saying they are victim in sexual assault did that 3 weeks prior to this live.
Yes, and I know which live you're talking about, but they were also talking about sex when that particular female, Kayla, who you talking about, brought up sex first. Her main point
the show was about sex.
I broke it down. No, but the comment that he context of that comment, I broke it down, sis. I already seen it.
I was there. I was there. Logic was there. We were talking about being attracted.
I watched it and I broke it down part by part. And she was completely in her right because the sister didn't bring up nothing but sex. That was her only point. It was very masculine on her part. And then when Six brought back that heat, and she was shady the whole time, when she brought back that heat, it was, she's the bad guy.
Yeah, and exactly what you're claiming that chaotic truth did to her is exactly what she did to Kayla.
No.
It's the exact same thing. Attacked her, called her hot puss out of her name for no reason.
For no reason.
We can't do this we can't, it's cool on this show and it's not on that. It's about being consistent. Kayla did not come for her. Kayla did not come for her on that show.
Yes, she did. Baby, I got please go watch my breakdown of it. Please.
Right.
I broke it down.
This is like telling people who played in the game how the game
is. All right, let me get some others here. Trey, better you life coaching. Trey, go ahead and I'm gonna get E-Black on here too.
Can I say something?
I'm going, Courtney. I respect that. Like, you can just have an unbiased view of things, and you know what? I'll have no hard feelings for Six, not even UZ. But like I said, if you want to really take it, put it in the lens. If that was your son. If that was your son, and you said it's not real, but did you know a guy jumped on that panel and said that she should go to the police?
That she should go to the police? Say it one more time.
That she should go to the police.
A guy jumped on that panel and said she should go to the police.
A guy jumped on the panel and told her to go to the police.
You need to rewatch. You need to rewatch. I don't think you watched enough. But hey, thank you, sis. Thank you, Courtney.
All right, thank you, Mr. Logic.
Or at least not all of the callers part, at least, because I didn't see a caller come up there and say that she needed to
all right,
call the police.
E-Black, I'm gonna get to you. Welcome, E-Black. Always good to see you, my brother.
What's going on?
All right, good. All right, go ahead. I know you've been. Are you frozen, Trey?
No, I'm not frozen.
Okay, go ahead. I know you had something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I saw what you showed, Courtney. I didn't see the whole of the panel and the whole entire video. However, from what you showed, the thing that I want to point out is the behavior. Both of them were wrong. The thing is, if you're gonna ask someone a question and it's disingenuous, and then you admit you're trolling, that right there in itself is the jab. So how would you ask me a question if you're trying to be insulting in your question? And you know, it's the equivalence of throwing a rock and hiding your hand. See, the thing is, young lady, if she got an opinion about that guy, let's say, because see, I don't agree with her, but the whole panel was chaos, because if she wanted to ask him where his people was from, that was a better way to extract that information as opposed to trying to go and be insulting to the gentleman. So with that said, with that said, when she came back and tried to play the victim, that's where it's disingenuous, because it's like you don't get in a ring with a lion or a tiger if you don't expect to get bit. You know what I'm saying? So if this lady is going to start poking and jabbing at this guy, then when he retaliates, you want to cry, you know, I'm a female type thing. That's exactly what Courtney's talking about. However, he displayed a lot of feminine characteristics. I get that, but you can't tell anybody how to feel when they've been insulted. You know, the thing is, everybody reacts to situations differently. And if they were up there to discuss a certain situation, and she started off by asking the man about his lineage, which was in fact a direct shot at his character, trying to see, you know, like he's really not one of us. You know, that's what that was to say. So when you do things, no, sis, listen for a minute, because I see and I appreciate everything you said. I know you like that Six individual. That's cool. She is your friend, or you follow her or whatever, and I'm not saying anything about her. All I'm talking about is character. So at the end of the day, if you want to deal with this right or wrong, I don't condone any man really blasting or shouting at women. That's just not how I deal with it, because I mean, I'm a protector. but the man does have my mom would always tell me, she said, don't let no woman just keep standing up hitting you in the face. At least grab her hands or something, try to, but the thing is, the only time the man lashed out is when she started it. So you can't go poking a bear, and then when the bear turns around and bites you, you start crying and saying they're attacking me. That's not correct. So if we're going to be real about it, both of them were wrong in their characters, in the whole dissertation. The point I'm trying to make is this. If we're going to talk about that actual situation and characterize it for what it actually was, sis was out of order. She initiated that. You see? So you can't initiate something, and then when it's almost like when someone dies in your family and you're not a part of that family, and then you come and tell that person, oh, it's about time for you to stop mourning now, ain't it? The nerve. You don't know what that person meant to me, what happened, what transpired in our interactions all through me knowing that person. Now you're going to tell me when to stop grieving. So by her insulting that guy and saying what she said, he already told her, he said, look, I've been asked this question so many times. Can we not start there? Now, that was valid on his part. But the thing is, I heard even when he was combating what she was saying, and that's exactly what his attitude was. It was combative. So that's why I said both the behaviors. But even in that instance, she came back and she replied, well, I'm trying to get to da-da-da-da-da. But the thing is, what she was trying to say is, you're not one of us. Mm-hmm. So how dare you speak on us? And that's where I draw the foul with her. I hear a lot of the rhetoric. I hear a lot of the rhetoric from Brother Chaos, but that's his opinion and he's got his right to it. I don't agree with it. And I could take him down academically. I could dispel this whole myth. He's talking about people need to go back to Africa. No, they don't. We have a stake in the claim here. Absolutely. The thing is,
hold on. I'm going to respond to this. That's why I got it up there. Ray. I do not see how you even talk with logic. D, okay, where you put down Black colleges, you fake princess. Let me be very clear, okay? I'm not a princess. I'm a whole Black queen, baby. So let's get the terminology right. Second, I will talk to anybody. And that's the problem why we so damn divided. And that's why I don't understand what y'all, just because that man or Mr. Logic has a difference of opinion on what I love doesn't mean I can't converse or talk to the man. That's why we're divided. Y'all want to divide yourselves to who's ADOS, who's not, who's FBA or not. We all here. When we walk out robots. The door, we all Black.
And we not robots.
Getting?
Now, but
I can talk to anybody I want to. They do not have to agree with me. For me not to have a conversation, for me not to respect him as a man. He's a man. First off, he's a man. And if he comes to me asking questions, he doesn't agree with what I have to say, I'm not just going to dismiss him, because I don't want no one to dismiss me because I don't feel the same way as you do. So let me get that straight, Ray. I will talk to whomever I want to talk to. He might not agree with me on HBCUs, but he agree with me when it comes to trying to find solutions. And the solutions is not pushing away, degrading Black folks because they don't believe in what you believe in. Go ahead, better you, and then E Black, I got you.
Hey, Miss Courtney. I watched a lot of the show live that night, and I kind of watching it back. I kind of agree with the take that she did weaponize her femininity against him. I felt dude was kind of, well, not kind of. I felt he was really out of line for a lot of that point, but a lot of that points that at that night. But in particular, when they start going back and forth and getting into it, I think she leaves and comes back at one point. And she's saying things like, "I'm not comfortable. I feel attacked," and things like that. Like as you've been saying, like as a Black man, that's something very dangerous. Like if that had been in a different setting, dude could very well be sitting in a jail cell right now.
Yes, those are those tactics.
That's something that we shouldn't be taking lightly. I believe in, hearing women out and everybody having they say, but we have to be careful with certain hyperboles because these things have ramifications.
Yes.
You can, if that was a professional setting, I know people who have had certain things said about them just because somebody's being petty, just because somebody's got rubbed the wrong way, and it cost somebody a promotion, it cost somebody an opportunity on a big project, it cost somebody a raise, and in one instance it cost somebody a job. So these are things that we have to keep in mind. It's not necessarily that that take up for the chaotic dude, because honestly I don't rock with him at all. He made a couple good points, but I feel like his delivery completely negated and made it so that people couldn't even hear the few things where they might have agreed with them all. But right is right and wrong is wrong at the end of the day. That's just how I see it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What you got, E Black?
Can I interject right quick and just say that I do want to validate the brothers who do feel, because I understand the point listening to y'all talk. I do understand how y'all can see how that is dangerous rhetoric with her trying to weaponize her femininity in that way. But I don't want us to ignore, and let me say that is valid, but I don't want us to ignore the context of this situation, because the brother was blatantly villainizing himself. He was weaponizing his own emotionality towards her. And when you put a woman in a predicament where she feels like there's nothing else, although, like I said, she was trolling, but even if she was taking this on a serious note, there's other brothers on the panel. When a woman feels like there should be somebody, there are people there to interject, that especially men, to be able to check this man, and that's not happening. If you kind of back her up into a corner, but it's like, okay, now I got to point this out. You now I feel unsafe, because now the men that are there that are supposed to protect me in this most surface level way, which is just saying, hey, bro, chill out. But it would have just been that serious, hey, bro, because every time even when Rilla did start to check him, every time he said something, he did stop. So even if the brothers would have started with that, hey, bro, why you
from what, ZZ? Protect because he got loud?
You wouldn't have went that way.
Protect from what? Because you felt like he disrespected your culture?
No,
so
because it's not about feeling, it's about what he blatantly did. Listen to the rest of what he was saying.
Hold on. What should the men on the panel, then E Black, I'm gonna get you. What should the men on the panel have said? What should the men on the panel have said?
Brother, chill, calm down. You can rebuttal her or answer her without being so emotional. It's really just that simple. You don't have to comfort. You don't. Why are you throwing all these personal jabs, bruh? She didn't throw. She said Carlton, your patties. She said surface level jokes. She didn't know nothing about this man. Take it how you want. She didn't say, "Oh, go back to your country. Oh, your country is da da da." Or your country is. She didn't say any of that. She just said
again. So if that's the case, she got off. 28 minutes later, comes back on.
That's what we didn't even got to that part. But I agree, she shouldn't have came back. I agree. Hands up, don't shoot. I agree, she shouldn't have came back. I don't think.
But when you bother someone first, there are no rules of engagement.
Yeah, let me get E Black. Go ahead, E Black.
Oh yeah. So I don't want to rehash a lot of the talking points that you guys have, but after watching this, now I know Chaotic Truth. I've watched in these YouTube ghettos, we all kind of collide in our different ways. So I've watched. I know his debate style. This is, in my opinion, a clash of debating styles. Six the Goddess, I've ran across her debate style. She is extremely stoic in her approach to talking points. She will not be overtalked. She will use certain talking points. And when I seen these two go at it, I can, from my understanding of the situation, y'all have never seen a Chaotic Truth rant. Y'all have never seen him at 10, 8, 7. I've seen the different levels. So to you guys, it seems like he's emotional. In my opinion, he's doing his regular stick. This is Chaotic Truth. This is what he does. I know a lot of you guys may not know his content, but if you go and look at his content, there are times where he's yelling and he's talking from a higher level of thinking. Does it make it seem emotional in the scope of a panel? Yes. Does it make him look less masculine? Yes. But in the sense of the conversation, in terms of debating and clashing styles, I think this is what it came out to be. I think both of them are. It was troll versus troll. I think with Six the Goddess and her debating style. I've seen her dig into certain people. She knows how to shoot the shots. Chaotic Truth knows how to shoot the shots. Do I think also we're also not accounting for the fact that he's on camera, she's not. So he's at a disadvantage. He can't make the same arguments of emotionality and stuff. She could say she can dress him up and down from the clothes he's wearing. He can't say nothing about her because he's talking to an avatar. So you can see where certain times he may have went to different tactics to kind of, this is debate style. And this is what I say, this is why I don't do panels, because when you get in these debate styles, sometimes you don't know as the watcher or the participant when to interject, because people are making points, people are maybe going low level, then the other person may jump low level, and then you're like, well, they're both low, I can't stop it there. So it's a hard situation. I really want people to kind of like sit back and kind of like just take a break and just it's did anybody get really affected by this? No. I think we all can understand this is a great talking point. I would love to talk about, the FBA talking point. Did I think it was a valid question? That's subjective, but did I think it was a disingenuous question to invalidate a future point? And I think he deflected to cut that point off. Yes. So I think it's Games of Thrones at this moment.
I got you. But like, let me say this too, because people were offended after the live yesterday. Yeah. Anton had his stream, and the guys on there, especially Mr. Logic, was very offended.
Yeah.
He was offended because of the sexual assault allegations. Polar Bear coming up there saying she needs to file charges. He was offended.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. You don't play with that. You just don't. Dr. Eugene, what's going on in Jedi? I see you. Blue 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey. Go ahead, Eugene. I'm good. Good to see you.
Okay. First of all, I actually went to sleep when all this had happened. But so I tried to listen from everybody's perspective. Yesterday, I was on Six's site, and she talked about her perspective on this, and the way I looked at it, right? She asked Mr. Chaotic about his family, and I'm thinking to myself, why did he not answer the question at first? And then I've listened, and then I was on Anton's site, I think later on, and he gave his perspective on it. And, Mr. Logic and Jay spoke and all that. I'm trying to make sense of this whole situation, because not only do I follow the Peep Network, I also follow Six. But the main question is, and somebody answered the question already, what do you think offended Chaotic when Six asked him about his family?
Oh, well, we kind of talked about that. He gets asked that a lot because I think, his parents are not from here. That's what I think. E-Black, you might know a little bit more.
Yeah, his parents aren't from here. He's the first generation American.
Right. So a lot of people ask him that because, again, just like E-Black stated, they try to invalidate a point. He has his platform, his talking points is all about trying to how he thinks Black America should be, how Black Americans should act, how Black women should act. So to discredit him as not being a Black American, FBA, it's the idea that he can't even speak on it to invalidate, so that therefore his rhetoric is non and void. And that's the purpose.
Okay. Then one thing I want to say about it is this, the division, and I know for many years there has been a division among Black people. And, I was thinking, okay, it's within this country. But now I'm seeing this division, within between Black people worldwide. I mean, it now it's between like, let's see, Africa, Caribbean against the American Blacks, or UK Blacks. And, it's sort of sad to me because, all of us have a similar history on how we ended. Well, we always in Africa, but how did we end up anywhere else than Africa? Who put us there? That's what's really sad to me.
Right.
And also, I do agree with why we don't leave, because we did put our blood, sweat, and tears into it. Yes, it was against our will, our ancestors' will. Yes, but you don't want to leave. What you put your blood, sweat, and tears to. Okay, you don't want to do that.
All right, Eugene, let me get some more people in here, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Jedi, what's going on, Cheeky? Good to see you, brother.
How you doing? How you guys doing?
Good. And Mega Slam, good to see you. Jedi, what you got for me?
I just gotta say this has been like a long 2-3 days, honestly, with the situation. Because as being the person that was also at that on the live at that night.
You were there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there. And this is why I want to emphasize, a lot of people didn't see what's going on in the back chat too. Usually when the situations where things kind of get heated, whatever. Multiple people different talking. We don't want to over talk, do mics and stuff. Then the back chat give us a opportunity at least to talk to the individual one-on-one, whatever. Me and Tamika would both come and talk to him. Was telling, hey man, you need to chill out, because he did the same thing on Black Male Filters Network when we were having a productive conversation, and we want to come in and sidestep it and trying to throw the whole thing, oh, women need a mop and shit, whatever. And I thought that was uncalled for. Mm-hmm. And Nathan Daly called it out on it, right? And then to me personally, I was saying as a man, listen, he wasn't acting emotionally. I understand about Dean. I don't take him seriously. I really don't. It's a caricature. But in that situation, we understand that if you actually did feel threatened, ma'am, you had every right. No one was holding you to stay on the platform, and you can say, you know what, this is not a productive conversation. But this is not a productive conversation, and I'll see y'all later. Peace out.
I hear you.
Because this was actually, because Six, I know I'm aware of Six and everything like that, which is why I was very surprised. I'm like, what happened? Because I'm just like, I'm not saying I would expect more from her. I'm just like I was really confused, just like how that happened, where you felt threatened, then you came back, and then you already telling about this person, you're making the jokes and stuff like that, because everybody have done it, try to take a low blow, name calling, whatever like that. But then when you try to react on it, you basically proved yourself to be emotional, which is why Mr. The guy in the top left corner, he's absolutely right. Both of the behavior, I say, was inappropriate, right? I understand that in a situation for him being overly emotional, being the character that he is, but if you're going to try to continue to egg on that, then who's to blame for that?
Mm-hmm.
That's just plain and simple.
Yeah. Well, Jedi, I know that you was there, and I'm glad you brought up the back chat, because the back chat was lit. And what people again don't know, and we keep talking about, the men should have did this and the men should have did that. Those things were done in the back chat. And for anyone that don't know, in the back chat, when you get on StreamYard, these are conversations that panelists are having. So again, if we're going to say a thing, if we're going to push a narrative on a show to say Black men did this and didn't have somebody back, which again, I don't think that they should have. This is a debate show. If you don't want to debate men, don't be on the platform with men. However, stuff was going on in the back chat. There was a lot of stuff going on. So I appreciate that, Jedi.
Yeah, and personally, I have I'm not saying me and him have a conversation one-on-one. I invite him to come on the show Wednesday, because maybe I probably have a better experience than obviously dealing with the women on Thursday, whatever. But I just told him, me personally, I have a lot to say to him, because I just thought that behavior was uncalled for. But I'm saying I can try to talk to people. At least we can have a productive conversation. But again, it's a character, right? He's a character. So I'm just like, I'm just saying I'm not gonna be surprised how he's gonna react. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think he's doing a show. So thank you. Is it Mega Slam? I think he was up, and then Cheeky.
Good evening, everybody. Miss Courtney, first of all, this is the first time I'm seeing you. I've been seeing you on the feed for quite a while, and I've been wanting to say this to you. You are amazing. I have a lot of respect for you. Your points, the way you portray your points is really impressive. I'm proud, and yeah, you are amazing.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Those sometimes you are a bit crazy. You're a bit, but I mean, it's more about 90-10. So that's an A. So on the whole issue of 6 and this gentleman yesterday, I was on. I watched it. I saw everything. I saw everything. But I don't want to talk about 6 or about chaotic. But I want to focus on the point. I am an immigrant. I'm in the UK currently. I've been here for almost 10 years now. I am Nigerian. Everyone knows what Nigeria is. Everyone knows the Nigerian government is corrupt. So if anyone says to me here that the Nigerian issue makes a point about Nigeria or the Nigerian people, am I not going to turn around and say because you're not Nigerian, you don't have a point? You can't make it. You can't say what you've said, because that's exactly what 6 tried to do, and that's exactly what people here are trying to do. The things he was saying, chaotic, well, not all of them, some of them, were they false or were they true? Does him not being an FDA now, or FDA or ADOS or whichever one, does it make the things less true? That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. Sorry,
ZZ, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, because one, we keep trying to push this narrative that she was trying to invalidate what he was saying because he's not FBA. That's not necessarily the case. What it is that she was trying to bring context to it. The way he was saying it, again, the whole anti-Black American rant that he went on about single mothers, about leaving your car in the hood, about using the N-word with the hard R, all of this was to bring context to his blatant anti-Black American vitriol he obviously has. I talk to non-FBA brothers all the time. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. He has discords with non-FBA people all the time. That's not the problem. We can have a discord. We can talk. We like to build anyways. Black Americans love to build, but not only with each other, with others outside of our community. That's not the problem. The problem is you have a disingenuous argument by saying, oh, well, Black Americans need to do this and that, when it's not coming from a place of genuinely wanting to help, to genuinely want to even critique. It's coming from a place of you being anti-Black. You are having a skewed view of our culture and our people in general. That's what you're trying to point out.
Let me ask you this, and then Chigi, I'm gonna get you. Saying that you don't want to leave your car in the hood, is that anti-Black?
Leaving your car in the hood?
Saying what he said to her, you wouldn't leave your car in the hood. That's what he specifically said to her. Is that anti-Black?
You wouldn't want to leave your car in the hood?
Correct. Him saying that, is that anti-Black?
Ever been to a hood? Yes, it is.
Say that again.
Experience people from the hood again. He said, and then he went on to say, oh yeah, well, you don't even sound like your person from the hood. She said blatantly, or I'm from the hood.
Right.
What are you talking about? I'm up here still able to articulate myself, but the fact that that was his thought is, oh, you're not, you can't be from the hood because you talk like this, because you look like this, shows again his misconception of us as a people. It's very
well, this is what I'm going to push back on, because we understand what stereotypes are. Saying that you don't sound hood or that you're from the hood is a stereotype that we all understand. And to say that's
as Black
anti-Black,
Americans, because we have family in the hood, we have been to the hood, so most of us, or a lot of us, can understand that stereotype within context. But you're talking about a brother who came over here as a first generation. You ain't grew up around us.
But see,
You
that's
don't understand
the problem. You're proving the point. You just hold on. You just proved the point.
You did.
You exactly proved the point of
Yes.
what
Right
he's
there.
trying to do. And what
Yeah.
happens? You said he can't talk about hood stuff because he's first generation. Why not when he
I
works
didn't
in
say
the
that.
hood?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
You just
The way you go about it. You don't go on an anti-Black rant about single motherhood, about leaving your car in the hood, about using the N-word with the hard R. That's not how you go about it. Brother,
Why
you are
not?
not from here.
That's not how you go about it, ZZ. ZZ. That's not how you go about it, but it's how he wants to.
It's
That
not
doesn't
about
mean he's anti-Black.
Respectful way of going about things. I would never go to Haiti and say, well, you people, you're disgusting. The floors are nasty. This is y'all are living. I would never do that.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me get Cheeky in. Go ahead.
Yeah,
People
I think the issue is hyper emotionalism. But the problem that I'll try bringing up on Wednesday is don't expect respect after being disrespectful. Which is something that I've noticed with most people that talk on Black Americans is they're very disrespectful, right? But then they want this type of respect to be given back, right? But aside from that, that's another conversation. His point still stands, right?
Thank
And
you.
a lot of immigrants have that experience, right? Like if we want to talk about their experience as well, part of it is being dismissed because they're immigrants or they're first generation. But people like Jonathan
Thank
Barronville
you.
or Chaotic, because he said he was a school teacher and he worked in the city, so he gave his background and experience as to dealing with Black Americans in a particular environment. He was qualifying what he was saying. He was saying, I've experienced this. So because of these experiences, this is how I see things, right? If you don't agree, you don't have to, but you can't say he doesn't have a right or a voice to place that opinion because he does.
And can I just say one thing? On a debate show, I think, like I said, you have to look at the tactics which are used. Sometimes one of my favorite, I know y'all are gonna hate me saying this, one of my favorite debaters is actually Donald Trump, because I know his tactics. If he doesn't have something to say, he will attack the moderator. If somebody's making a great point against him, he's gonna deflect to something personal. This is all debate style. And if you really look at the debate style, it just went left. So I understand everybody wants to dig into the meat and bones, but from my opinion, I just think that it's debate style versus debate style. And when it got too low, I think it just made a bad look. And I don't really think that it's really about FBA or immigrants. I just think that somebody tried to use the tactic. One person deflected. The Chaotic deflected before she can even get into the whole FBA, you're not an immigrant stuff. He punted and said, nah, we're not even gonna get into that.
Well, yeah, he did deflect. He deflected
He did.
twice,
He absolutely
actually.
did.
He deflected
He
when
absolutely
Courtney
did.
asked what hunting rifle you use. Then he also deflected as well when well, he didn't necessarily deflect, he just didn't want to answer.
Exactly.
He just didn't want to answer Six's
Exactly,
question
because
from the very beginning, which
yes,
was where your parents from. Like
because
he qualified that as well. He said, hey, I don't want to answer that question. I don't my parents could be, deceased for all you know. I mean, he made it clear. He made it clear several times, but
thank you.
You can't be on the show and then act like, oh, I'm the victim.
Well,
Like,
see, there's if I can just if I may just when you keep saying the black, the black. Are we blacks to you, Africans, or when you say black, the black community? Are we referred to in that when FDAs or ADOs use that phrase?
Black Americans, yeah, but you're black. Black people is every
So
melanated being. You are black.
so when you say the black community, the motherhood, saying motherhood rate is what it is, matriarchy, all of that, you include the Africans in that.
Well, when we're talking about foundational Black Americans, we're talking about our distinct lineage.
No, I'm saying just the phrase the black community. When you use that phrase, do you include Africans in it? Because there's a reason I'm asking.
Yeah, and answer, because I don't want this to be an ADOS FBA.
No, it's not.
This is not what this is about.
Yeah,
please. No, it's not. I'm trying to shed light on. I'm trying to shed light on when we come and make certain remarks on, there's a reason why we say those things and how we think, if that makes sense. Like there's a reason why we are the way we are.
If you can answer that, because I want to go on and I'm going to show a couple comments and I'm going to respond to.
Well, I think it depends on the context of who's talking and the situation, because when I hear most Black Americans talk about Black people, we're depending on, again, the context. If we're distinguishing Black Americans, we'll say Black Americans. If we're talking about Black people in general, because we are all victims of white supremacy, so we all do have that relation to each other, then we'll be talking about Black people in general. But when you're talking about non-FBAs, a lot of the times when they say Black community, they're referring to Black Americans. A lot of times non-FBAs will separate themselves from Black people and consider a Black community Black Americans, and then they'll say, oh, we have another conversation for Africans or Caribbeans or whatever the case may be. So it kind of depends on who you're talking to, but generally when you say Black community, you're talking about Black people in general.
Okay, let me respond to this, because I saw this said in the video yesterday that I might be salty from a show. I said that I heard this on Courtney might be jealous. So let me respond to this. Like I said, it's about who you like, and you dislike 6, Courtney. First, I don't dislike anyone. And for any, I was going to say niggle, but I'm going to say niggle. To say that I dislike someone, first, you don't know me. You don't know who I like, but I will disagree with anybody I please with. If I don't agree with you, I have never been the type of woman to shut my mouth and not speak on it, especially if I'm on a debate show. I'm going to debate if I don't agree, and I'm going to try to understand why you're coming from this point of view and why you're doing this. In the show Thursday, let me be very clear. I saw a woman victimizing, using her sexuality, her beautiful, her femininity, all on this chaotic, crazy man, because she could not defend his points, or she couldn't defend her points. And that's what I saw. I saw low blows, calling that man Carlton when he did not call her anything at all. She started that. I saw it. I saw a Black woman saying, I am scared of this aggressive Black man for no reason. I saw a woman try to use the trope of really what we always say, protect Black women for no reason. I saw a Black woman say that she was scared, leave a panel, and then pop on back up. Not once, but twice. I saw contradictions throughout that entire show. And then I saw a show yesterday that tried to even demonize the men and say it was sexual assault and have other people come up and say they need to call the police on them. That is dangerous. I am a little sister of 3 older brothers, Black strong men. And if any woman tried to use that against them to hem my brother up, I'm shooting. And that's what I'm doing to my brothers on the panel. I might not agree with Mr. Logic, but Mr. Logic has never disrespected me. I call him all the time. We talk about off-panel stuff. That is my homeboy. And when I see someone disrespect him and he has a good job, and it worries him that now, who knows who might tell who this? It's a problem. So it ain't about me not liking somebody. It's about me calling a spade a spade. And it's about someone holding someone accountable. I don't care who she is. Whether you have 1,000 followers, how much, I don't care. Wrong is wrong. And you wrong. Let me say this too, because I told you I done had about 3 cups of coffee. Sugar Bum, honey baby, I see you a lot in these YouTube streets, but let me be very clear too. Before you say something, honey, get the facts straight. He was up there calling her N-word, heart ER. He said, I don't like niggers. He did not call her that. He did not attack her. So you're wrong, ma'am.
Since when do we even get offended when a black man says that? I don't get it.
Go
Jesus
ahead.
Christ, you read my mind. Oh my days, Jesus Christ, this is crazy. Sorry.
So go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you, Courtney. So I was just on the phone, well, not on the phone, StreamYard on Anton's panel. And when I say Six got me looking crazy, I was actually defending her at first.
Yep.
I was actually defending her at first until I found out that she had put on the chat that she was playing, that she wasn't uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I'm here trying to defend.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Was when chaos comments about the panties. I still don't agree with that because I think that kind of opens the door to allegations. See, you can always go back and forth, but when you make sexual remarks, then that's taking it way too far. The Carlton versus the panties, it didn't match up. So I was on the panel letting them know Chaotic took it to a different level when he made that panty comment. And so that's the reason why she had put up there that she was uncomfortable, she didn't feel safe, or whatever the case may be. For only Logic to come back and say that she was playing in the chat. So I went on mute after that.
Yeah, I've got I went back just to take a couple of receipts to make sure I follow right. So she asked him at 4:17, 49 seconds where the parents are from. And he replied to her at 4:27:40, get off the panel if you don't like what I'm saying, right? Which is a valid option. If you don't like what's going on, just leave. You could have done it. 4 minutes 28 4 hours 28 minutes, he says my parents could be dead. 4 hours 47 minutes and 20 seconds, he goes into the implication of the question. All right, he's going, why did she ask me that? And he's explaining why he thinks she asked that, right? I don't get into intent because that's hard to prove, right? 4 hours 52 seconds and 35 4 hours 52 minutes 35 seconds. She said she's not consenting for him to speak to her on the panel, but it's a public thing. So how does that work? If she's not consenting to him speaking to her, but she's on a public panel, then she should leave, not him, because he's the guest. So for 2 reasons, he kind of has a right to stay there. And then at 5 hours and 26 minutes and 27 seconds, he asked, what color are your panties? After Logic tried to break down why that question is irrelevant. So he asked, what color are your panties after all of those things happened. He didn't ask before. He didn't ask in the middle. He asked after telling her repeatedly, I don't feel comfortable. He asked after saying they could be dead. He asked after breaking down, after she came up, went back down, came up. She did it 3 times. I could be off and say 4, but I think it was 3 times. I remember her coming back.
It was.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
Right. And each time she did it, that was an equal opportunity for her to just be left alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me say this. I'm sorry not to cut you off, but JoJo, I see your comment. For some reason, I can't pull it up, but I'm going to read it. He said he couldn't defend his point. She asked where he was from. She had the right to be scared. He had asked her about what color her panties were. That was a bit inappropriate. 6 was on code. What code? What code? What code was she on? What code? You can't say this is, but B1 is black first. Whether you agree or not, what code was she on? That code does not equate to trolling. It doesn't equate to having a show talking about sexual assault in the police. What code is that? I'm trying to figure that out. That code is going to get some brothers locked up if you play like that. That's on code because they don't believe what you believe. So you willing to say anything. What code is that? JoJo? And this is a real, I'm asking an honest question. What code is that? This is stuff we can't play with. And I didn't call her a Karen, and I'm not. But what kind of code is that? We got to have some kind of boundaries. If we trying to figure this black thing out and we so divided, one thing that we have to have is these discussions. And we can't be scared or do low blows at people that don't believe in what we believe in, because we're not a monolith. Like, what am I missing? And I don't understand the pushback that I'm getting. Can somebody help me out?
I think it comes down to narrative. No matter what side of the coin you're on, people are going to make up their narratives. They're going to say, Courtney, you're a black woman, you should speak up. They're going to say, Six, you held it down for B1. They're going to say, JR, this is Howler P facts. Everybody who has a narrative, this was the perfect storm of narrative building. If you wanted to build a narrative, this was the show to build your narrative and to rally your troops for, because it's just one of those things where the truth really is not going to matter, because everybody has a perspective. Because like I said, I even watched Six show and I'm like, yeah, I can see it that way. And then I'm watching Anton show and I'm like, yeah, I can see it that way. And it's everybody's gonna have their perspective, but that's just keep it real. If you're about, the one thing I don't like is if you're about black people, understand what black people are. It ain't borderlines. People in this country have fought to get out of this country to go to Haiti. Because Marcus Garvey, or because people were doing the things. People were trying to go to Liberia. Like, we have a history with our brothers across the globe. And I think a lot of people are just like, I don't want to go into it too far, but it's just, like I said, I do have to go, but I just want to end on that note because, like I said, it's a debating style. Debating, I think it's just a clash of debating styles, and it's the perfect storm. And nobody was a winner out of this, but the people who want to keep the mess going. So I appreciate everybody. Shout out to y'all. I'm out though.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Same is Courtney. I need to get, but before I leave,
right.
I want to just address this Ponty comment so badly. Listen, he only made that statement to prove the point that her question was irrelevant. Just like as we are talking right now, and then I will then ask Miss Courtney, what did you have for breakfast? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. That's exactly what happened.
Not breakfast. I thought that was a real question. I was about to tell you what I ate.
Mr. Logic was making a point to her to say, okay, the way you're asking me about his parents and stuff is like me now asking you, do you have a BBL? That's how Logic got involved in the whole thing, where he's now being accused of having and then Celtic made his own statement to say, okay, what's the color of your? That's how I'm cheeky. You watch the whole thing. You can. Yeah. That's exactly how the events unfolded. I mean, listen, the issues concerning blacks is really very. Yeah, I'll keep my opinions to myself because I don't want to start another. So
smart man.
I need to go now. But Miss Courtney, I need to say this to you. Despite your 10%, which is really crazy, your 90 is absolutely amazing. My wife loves you. When she hears your voice on the panel, She comes to sit down to watch.
Well, tell your wife
So
I said hello, and I appreciate that.
no worries, man. Respect.
Yeah.
Love to you, man.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Y'all, I
Bye.
guess you're getting the 10% today because I've been loud and little. That's fine. It's my show. Thank you. JoJo, I'm glad that you called up because I know that you called in yesterday. I did watch the show, and I guess you watched the Lapeef show yesterday. Oh, no, Thursday, or clips of it.
No, hey, everybody. First of
Oh,
all,
hey, JoJo.
because see, I don't have no smoke at all. You know, I'm seeing it from a perspective of family business and family disagreements, right? The temperature between you and that sister is a little bit high, and I see it. I'm just being honest. The irrelevancy of where I'm coming from is, I'm gonna say, because I'm trying to say this without being disrespectful to anybody, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, say what you got to say.
I'm gonna say because this is what I want to say, because the thing is that brother that she was out talking to, it was a reason she asked him that, because see, we know in these FBA streets that a lot of these people that are non-FBA, that are not from here, have already underlying distaste and disgust for Black Americans that were born here and that been here for generations. We built this country, first of all, and they do not like the fact that now we're claiming our culture and we're gatekeeping our culture. She asked him, she said, hey, where are your parents from? Once he would have answered that, it would have been a respectful panel. But he went to saying, well, why all this old moving the goalposts? So that exposed where he was coming from and why he disagreed with a lot of the points that we were talking about, that the systematic racism happens over here in our country. We were talking about the justice system. We were talking about white supremacy and the systematic oppression that happens on a level in our community. What he kept saying was he was having talking points that were way off code. Way off code. And my thing is, it went to all this other stuff. This ain't even about that, man. This is about gatekeeping our culture. Courtney, I'm always in your corner, and you know I got your back. Just because I said 6 was on code did not mean you was not on code. You feel what I'm saying? This ain't got, all I was saying was both of y'all were coming from 2 different perspectives, and I could see that the temperature between you two is a little bit heated. But at the end of the day,
not.
I see that.
And I want to, well, you see it. There's not, I don't have any temperature to anyone. I argue it back and forth on the show. I go back and forth with that's what I do on the show. I bring heat to everyone on the show.
I'm gonna show you a prime example, and you can remember this.
Okay.
Because you was on the show. I called in, and they was going at you. All those men were attacking you.
Right.
All those men were attacking you, and they were using aggression towards you. And I checked, I went off on Anton and Lapeef them.
Yes.
That was the same thing that happened yesterday. I don't know why you can't see that. They were all ganging up on 6, man. And those were men, and dude was talking mad aggressive to that girl, man. That wasn't cool at all.
I don't see that.
For him, listen, but check this out. For this man to say that he don't follow her, to talk about where she stay and how many she's a single mother and all this old stuff, and her height and what her age is, man, dude really did seem kind of strange, because then he went to ask him what color her panties were. See, I watched that thing unfold from the beginning to the end, not just certain clips, and I could see that dude was doing some real heinous, malicious stuff. And at the end of the day, they would have did that to you. I can remember you being in those same shoes, Courtney, and I had to come on, our FBA brother had to come on there and call in and check them non-FBA off code cats, man. That's all I'm saying. So go ahead.
Let me respond, because I know exactly what you're talking about, obviously. But here's the difference. Okay. She got into it with chaotic truth. Rilla tried to calm it down. Mr. Logic didn't come crazy at her. It was one-on-one. Another difference. Out of all that I had a whole multiple coming at me at one time. Not a one time did I say I felt scared. Not a one time did I try to say sexual assault. Not a one time did I ever try to put me as a woman to victimize them for disagreeing with me. They came at me. They sure enough did. But I didn't use being scared. And if I was scared, I would have logged the hell off.
Yeah, but you also know those brothers, Courtney. She didn't know that brother, and he knew
and that's more of a reason to leave. That's no reason to keep coming back 3-4 times. And then to troll. I don't troll these brothers. Y'all got to be real. Y'all come on.
Hold on, now Courtney, let me bring this back. Now you said they didn't gang up on her. That dude Logic was jumped in and told her what question he was asking her was irrelevant, which was a lie. It had everything to do with the basis of why he had his opposition and his viewpoints.
But
she was trying to pull something out. They jumped on her. Courtney.
That's not. I'll play it again. That's not for me to tell you. I don't think that's irrelevant. Or I think that's irrelevant, or I don't think it's relevant. That's not an attack.
Okay.
That's an opinion.
So, hey, ZZ, look, so if I'm talking to ZZ, me and ZZ having a conversation, and you jump in and say, well, what they got to do with it? You don't think that's ganging up on me?
No.
If the conversation ain't towards you, and I'm talking to ZZ, and you jump in, cut me off and say, well, what they got to do with it? So you wouldn't feel like that's jumping on or cornering me for real, for real. Like, what that got to do with you? Why is you asking that question? Why is you even putting yourself in it? Why couldn't that been really one-on-one versus other people jumping in and trying to sidebar and co-sign the fact that that was irrelevant when it was not? It was very relevant because it had a lot to do with the conversation.
It wasn't. I'll let you answer, Chica. But that's not an attack. Oh, you're on a panel show. This ain't a one-off. We're on a panel show.
So we on a panel show. I get it.
And even with Mr. Logic don't know anything about FBI. He had no clue. He came up here and said he on the show. He had no clue what it was asked for.
We know Mr. Logic off code. Come on, man. This man, come on, man. He ain't even B1, man. Home off code in the mug.
Let's take off code on it. And Tiki, I'm sorry. Let me say this and I'll be quiet. Let's take off code off the table. Let's put ignorance and not knowing and not understanding why that was asked and confusion and trying to figure it out. That's what
why didn't he ask? Why didn't he ask her then? Why instead of him interjecting and telling her that it was relevant as if he knew, why didn't he just say, hey, well, how is that question relevant? Why didn't he ask her versus telling her it wasn't relevant, taking a stance and putting a point in the argument that he was irrelevant on? Because the thing is, it would have revealed all of his viewpoints by being a non-FBA immigrant, why his views about systematic racism were not aligned with the people that were from Black American culture.
So we can all agree that chaotic is off supposedly code, right? And logic is off code. Why wasn't that question towards logic as well?
I'm not sick.
Okay. Let me get Cheeky. Cheeky, go ahead. You had something to say.
Yeah, it's like we keep forgetting the context behind all of these questions that they came in order, right? So the first thing about all of it is the man said he didn't want to answer the question because he had been asked. He said, I always get this question. I don't want to answer it. From that point, you don't have to bring up where your mom from no more, because she started joining them right at like 4:28, and then he didn't bring anything up about the panties till 5:26, and that was just to bring to correlate the fact that this is how uncomfortable it is for me. Let me ask you this question.
And that's an hour and 10 minutes within the show.
He did to answer the question. He was like, well, let me go back and answer the question.
He said, okay. He said, let me go back. And he said, my parents are Japanese. That's what he said. He made a joke out
No,
of
I'm
it.
talking about after that. After he made the comment about the Japanese comment, he went back after she said, okay, well, I think she said something about to the effect of like talking about his rhetoric, and he was like, well, let me go back and answer the question. You answer the question, I'll answer it. Let's go back to that debate style.
Okay.
And she was
So
like, no, I'm
okay.
I'm
All right. So right, he did answer the question after that. And then at that point, she got all the information she needed. And what he thought it was is exactly what it was. It was to see where, after he'd already given a reference point of why he thinks the way he does, at that point, it's just like, fam, if you know this conversation, one, is going or derailing from something that you don't agree with, you can leave. But the problem that people are having is not the debate or the argument, it's the victimization that happens after the fact. Because Thursday night is Thursday night. That's not a big deal. Because that everything would have had if she didn't get on her own channel and say, these men didn't protect me and I was, SA, all of this wouldn't have been.
Did we have a quote of her saying she was sexually assaulted? Because I watched that
Yes,
stream last
actually.
night.
I sure do. Yeah,
I believe
no,
what I
got
heard
you.
was it could have made that claim.
It's on 6 to Goddess on her live stream. It was 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 15 seconds. She said it.
So she did. So she did make a
But
lie.
She wasn't lying when she said that. She didn't. She
Like,
wasn't lying when she said that. Let's be real. If that man would have said that, if they was at a job or something, he'll be fired. Let's be for real.
Wait! You just
hold
see how you added
on.
context. You just see how you added context.
That's right. But
just see
we're
how
not.
it-
You're. Hold on. You're forgetting at before that even happened, an hour before that even happened, she made reference to his draws.
She said that your tiny whitey's
your draws is in your. That's a reference to his draws.
That's
I'm
both
sorry.
underwear.
We can't
That's
play
undergarment.
over this level. That you can't do that.
It's not the same. Again, but again, like I said, even if you want to make that claim, one, it doesn't justify the other. It doesn't negate the other. That's what I'm saying. Even if we want to say that she was wrong, fuck it. Let's say that she was wrong for saying that could have been used as sexual assault. Does that negate that what he said 3 times over again was as well sexually assault? And then again, the context of what him saying before.
No,
he said
you call that. You call it ZZ. Let me tell you what you call it.
Age, all this personal
ZZ,
information.
let me tell you what you call ZZ. You
we
call it ZZ. You call it mutual combat. That's what you call it. It's mutual combat. You come at me and I come at you, and now you salty because I come at you and I actually hit you with something. You can't do that. And then have a show to exaggerate what happened and to put these terms on a black man, which if anybody should know the plight and the struggle of women using that against black men and lying on them.
Yeah, but
y'all two should be the biggest proponents of somebody not doing that. ZZ and JoJo.
But see, look, Courtney.
Your panties in the bunch just to say that you're disgruntled, you're upset. Why are you so pressed? Why are you? That is the equivalent of saying why your tidy whities in a bunch. But to say what's the color of your underwear, brother, that's a false equivalency of me.
No. The false equivalency is not there. The false equivalency is the allegation. Do you realize men are?
She accused of sexual assault though. That's what I'm like. Where's
I just told you in. Look at her stream. Look at her stream.
I got sexually assaulted.
Look at her stream.
I never heard her say that.
Look at her stream, and
I did. I
went back to go check.
What's the timestamp?
4 hours 46 seconds. 4 hours 46 minutes and 15 seconds is exactly when she said it. And it's I went back to go check because people were sending it to me like, bro, did she wrong? Because I was on the side of don't ask for respect after being disrespectful. That's my thing. But this went left when you make an allegation like that. The reason why it goes left is because the words alone can ruin you. She don't have to prove nothing. And in the context of when he brought that up, it makes sense. He's drawing a parallel to how uncomfortable he felt about you asking that question, and he made it very clear.
Why do we have to ask where your parents are coming from? Is my first question. What does that have to do with it?
That's a totally different.
So what happens is, all right, where all y'all parents from then? Cause see, I got generations of family from this country. Like I can trace my lineage all the way back to the 1700s of being in America. Where your parents from?
But here, JoJo, here's the thing.
No.
Everyone, but hold on. Everyone doesn't think that way. Everyone cannot trace their lineage back that way. Some people don't even care to. But all we can also all agree on and can relate is once every single one of us step out the house, we Black. That's something we all can relate to. Once them country ass white folks in my neighborhood walk out, if you walked out, we niggas. It doesn't matter my lineage. Doesn't matter me being light skinned or dark skinned. I'm a nigga to some of these white folks, and I'm Black to everybody else.
We all know that. But the thing was, she was pointing out that what's his name, Obasama Wale dude, the dude that got killed by the white girl, how he was hating on Black women. Remember how and then all of a sudden now they want us to cape for him. I'm not caping for that dude. He did what he did. He shouldn't have been going off on our sisters and our brothers.
No one asked.
But see, they come over here with that old behavior. They come over here with that behavior and think we supposed to cape for everybody, man. We look here, man. If you ain't on code, man, if you ain't gonna protect the people that's gonna protect you gonna talk bad about us. Okay, go out there and let somebody else do it for you then.
But
that's how we feel, man.
Black people can talk about Black people in a negative way. Not even just an immigrant. If it's a regular Black guy talking bad, Anton is people say Anton is not on code. Does that mean that he can't have a comment about the Black experience? Let's just be honest. If Chaotic had a hood voice, a thug voice, none of this would have happened.
No, it wouldn't. No, Sal, you tripping.
No. But my thing is the girl that just left, didn't she say because he don't sound like he had the Black experience? How do you sound like you had the Black experience?
What? Because you sound like you have a Black experience when you don't have white supremacist talking points.
When you agree, basically. When you
agree. No. Because the thing is, y'all don't agree. Chinky Butter, you act like you off code. You feel what I'm saying? Whatever your name is, my bad, bro. Chinky Butter. You act like you off code. You feel me? So it like we don't expect everybody to be on code. We don't expect everybody to agree with us. But we gatekeeping our culture. We the foundation of Black Americans. We the people that built this country. Everybody benefits off of coming over here to our country because they fled their own land and they want to be the buffer class that hold us down. They want to take all the accomplishments for their own to say, well, hey, I'm this person right here that became a doctor. I'm a Jamaican American that became a doctor. I'm a Nigerian American that became a astronaut or whatever. But when it comes down to crime and all that stuff, we all Black committing the same crime. Then that's the thing. They never try to signify who doing these crimes. Like in New York, you know, most of those folks are immigrants, man, doing those little crazy Asian hate crimes to them folks.
Let me ask you a question, JoJo, and then I'm gonna get We on Lock Nation on. Do white people do this? Exactly. Do they separate themselves from their country they come in, or when they come over here, they white?
They white.
No, they tell you. I bet you they tell you where they from.
It's Irish. It's Irish, right?
No, they
it's
don't.
Irish.
Exactly. They tell you where they from.
White people come up here, they white.
No, they
don't
tell you where they
separate
from.
themselves from being. I'm from Czechoslovakia. Well,
No,
I'm Russian. Well, I'm Irish.
Courtney, come on now. You go to a white person, they're gonna tell you they German. They're gonna tell you they got dang Russian. They're gonna tell you where they're from.
And then they okay, and then they move on. But white is white. They not separating themselves from these are the Irish folks over here. Because when they step out the house, they white.
You got to remember, we the ones that was open our arms to everybody. What are you talking about? We the culture that open our arms to everybody and they come off and live off of us. What are you talking about? Martin Luther King was the first person to go over there and fight for those people to come over here in the 60s, do them immigration laws and stuff. So let's keep it a buck. No way ain't possible where we the ones trying to divide ourselves. They always divide themselves when they get their accomplishment or when they go to the next level.
Hold on, Sandy. I'm going to get you. Let me get Will on lock. He's been patient. Go ahead. What you got to say?
When are you going to start or stop going off of Tariq Nasheed quotes?
Thank you. Oh my God.
When are we going to go off our own basis?
All I hear all day, every day is on code. We got to be on code on this, on code on that. If you can give me the definition and to define what that means, I'll listen. I'm willing to listen to any and everything, what you're saying, but if it doesn't make sense, I'm not with it. To me, being on code is protecting Black women. Because without a Black woman, your Black ass wouldn't be here in the first place.
All right, so what happened yesterday then, my brother? Well, the other day.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. You living off Tyreek Nasheed quotes, you tell me.
Okay, so if I'm living out, all right, so you want to insult me. First of all, we can tell you ain't from here.
That's not an
so you want to insult. So you want to insult me.
It's what's
you want to no,
Hold on,
my
calm
G,
down.
we ain't gonna do that because you ain't finna insult me, partner.
No.
All right, we're not
Tyreek
going there.
Nasheed, is this his quote? Foundational Black Americans. Is this not him?
No,
Yes,
foundational Black American is us. I'm from this country. It is a lineage. Get it right, get it correct, sir. If you're not from here, accept that. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Zizi, I'm gonna put you back. But hold on, I'm gonna
I'm sorry, Miss Michelle. How are you?
Sad,
no,
man. This is
I'm
fucking
good.
sad.
Good to see you. I want to see if y'all can hear it. I'm gonna play it. I'm not gonna show the video, but I'm gonna play that part. Give me one moment. This is 1/4/46/16.
Yeah, that's right. But I want to ask one question. Is that not being on code protecting the Black woman?
The code is subjective.
Yeah, the code is subjective. So how can I'm trying to figure out how can you say protect a Black woman? What'd she do? You just gonna protect a Black woman because she Black? What'd she do? Her ass might need to go to jail. You gonna protect her then? She might be trying to harm you. You gonna protect her then? What kind of code is that? Gotta be some ethics, some standards.
Standards, yes. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, I do agree. I do agree.
All right, let me see if y'all can hear this.
Be a violation to me. What should happen? I'm not gonna call the police. We don't need the police to sit and moderate our problems as a people. What should happen is Chaotic should never be allowed to come on there ever again. He sexually assaulted me. He should never ever be on there ever again.
Did y'all hear it?
This is what we defending. This what we defending?
I'm saying that's what she said.
Come on.
I was fine with the back and forth.
I do agree that the brother Chaotic should not be allowed back on there because that was straight up inappropriate. But sexual assault, I disagree with that. I started with that. That's why I said I didn't think she even said that, because in the context that I heard it originally, when she said it early in the stream, she said in a professional setting, that will be considered sexual assault, which she's 100% correct. And even in this moment, although I disagree, she is in her right to think that. Although I disagree, I wouldn't call that sexual assault. I wouldn't get up if a brother came up, I would just be like, you're inappropriate. That is inappropriate for the conversation. But yeah, I mean, she can make that argument. I don't agree with that. I don't think
it's like women don't understand the power of their words in today's time. Like that was scary hearing that. I didn't care that they're going back and forth, because you can do that in a panel on a debate. The only issue that I have is this. She said it clear.
I can understand.
That's scary, because now you're putting more things in danger than what it originally was. Look, we can handle some dude. Y'all can call him a clown. Y'all can call him a coon. But if we call him a convict because those words get out to somebody, then that's when it becomes a problem. Like
the one that got falsely accused, anyways. The one that got falsely accused should not come back. That's what I'm kind of confused about. But the one that did the allegation gets to come back.
Oh, thank you.
Now,
You
not,
asked my question, baby. Thank you.
now, not because it was a false accusation. I think it was the wrong terminology. Again,
It's a false accusation. It's false.
It's not false because that
She
was.
said I was
She
this.
said I was this. If she goes to the police and said I was sexually assaulted, what's gonna happen? They're gonna arrest that man.
That's what I'm saying. It was the wrong terminology. That would be considered sexual harassment. Objectively,
That's like hold on.
From an objective point of view, that is sexual harassment.
We gotta be honest.
Consider that sexual
That's
harassment.
like me saying
I wouldn't put that out there because I understand the narrative I was saying and the image of black men when it comes to sexual. So I completely get that. That's why I'm conceding on that. I get it. That's why the brother played it. I get it. But that is the wrong terminology. That would be considered sexual harassment. You can look up the definition. That would be considered sexual harassment. But that was not sexual assault. We're not going to ignore the inappropriate egregiousness of what he said.
But can I ask you a question, ZZ? You see how under the comment that you said about her talking about his undergarments, you see how you tried to twist that and said, "Don't get your." No, sis, hold up. She did not say, "Don't get your undies in a bunch," like you tried to say it.
Tidy
She was
whitey.
trying to, tidy whities. She was trying to say, she said, "I bet he wear tidy whities." You see how you so on code, right?
Brother, you the one who brought that point up. I never said that.
No, sis, if you rewind this live stream back, sis, you said that.
Brother, you said it. I went off what you said though.
She said that he had on tidy whities.
No, you came in here and said that he had his tidy whities in the bunch. I said,
I did not say that, sis.
I said that. That was me. That was me.
Okay, I'm about to say I didn't say.
Okay.
Excuse me, that was corny. I didn't say that. I just went off what whoever said that made that statement. I didn't make that statement.
But see, the thing is it's insane to me. Is we so far on code that we can sit here and allow hurt feelings to stain a man's reputation? Because if you want to be honest with you, it's my fault. Because I should have not called her out for playing that victim role. And then that made her go live because now she got an image that she got to defend. It's my fault. But now, and I'm gonna admit to that. It's my fault. Because you know what I should have did? I should have saw her playing the victim and let it go. Because soon as I called her out, you know what she did, Z? She put in the chat she was just trolling. And you still, no, even after she was trying to save face to say she was trolling, and then it looked bad because we didn't let it go, and it's my fault. I should have did it. But I did not know the lifts that this lady would go through and sit here, and you heard it. Yeah, at first you said you didn't hear it. You said you heard the lie, but you didn't hear it.
No,
but then you just
heard that particular part of the call. I cut off like after.
Okay, but see, you making judgments and you didn't even know, but now you finally know and you heard it. I got sexual assault, and look, I'm gonna give you another one, Z.
And I just conceded. That's why I said I conceded.
But see, I'm gonna give you another one, right? This lady was saying, and everybody, all her little friends and fans, was saying how we wanted to be with her, how we wanted to sleep. I don't even know this lady. I was looking at Avatar the whole night. I don't follow this lady on social media. It's my first time. And then everybody was pumping her head up, how beautiful she is, and how the men wanted her. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it funky right in front of you. Look,
that's what she said.
I live in DC. 6 would be considered a 6. Maybe no.
She was more so directing that commentary to the brother Chaotic. And
no, she was not. She addressed it to all the men on the panel. Says you need to once again. Like I said,
directly said Chaotic. Just why she talked about his part.
No, she didn't. They said the men. Even another chick named D'Amica got up there and said, "You know the men wanted you, sis."
He got receipts.
Okay, like I said, sis, you so on code right now. You so on code that you know what? You will see 2 men go down because you so on code with
I would never. That's off code. I would never do. That's why I said I'm directly saying that was wrong. I have no problem with conceding that. I had directly said that. And I'm saying the brother, from what I'm not even negating the fact that she said the brothers upstairs didn't want her. But what I'm saying is she did direct most of that energy towards Chaotic and the brother Nathan, which she did. I'm not saying that she didn't say none of y'all didn't. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that.
You got, hey, sis,
I cannot mix up her words or change what she said. She said what she said. She must
sis,
stand on
you know what? This was crazy,
it is
right?
what it is.
When she was making these points, right? What does they mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying in the context.
No, sis.
She was talking about in general, they, the men. She was talking about y'all. But if she said they,
and then you got to see in that video,
Nathan, she was talking about they, Chaotic, and Nathan.
No,
but I'm not
sis.
saying that she did
No,
not
listen. In that video, sis, I listened to it because you know what? Something like this can fuck with a man's life.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's a serious allegation.
And so now this, right? This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. And I don't, ZZ, I don't know you, but you seem like you're a rational sister. But I see the code is strong. I need to get on this code. I need some soldiers on my team. But look,
compensatory code. Answer everybody should read that book, black or not black. You should read that book.
Well, but if this code would stop making me think logically, I might have to pass.
Yeah.
Can I ask this really quick to everybody? Like, because she left and came back at least 3 times that I saw from counting correctly that night.
3.
If anybody's ever in a situation where they feel like they're uncomfortable, is there any duty on that person to remove themselves from the situation? Like, I would more so believe 6 in what she's saying. One, if it wasn't revealed that she was trolling, quote unquote. But if she never came back and said what she said, I would more so be more apt to believe her perspective. But when you leave and keep coming back, it's like
but see, hey, bro, look, you just think about this and I understand a sister because you know what, this is her YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? You got to be honest. This is probably a part of her livelihood, right?
True.
You got to realize what happened, right? See, when she said that shit, she got off. She wasn't expecting me to call it out. And then Courtney title is 100% correct right now. The only thing Courtney missing in this title is her name tagged in that bitch. So now, if you want to keep it funky, this title is really what hurt her feelings. Because now I fucked up and called her out. I'm telling you. Then she trolled and said no, and everybody was in the chat saying, no, sis, that was fucked up what you did after I called it out. And she tried to come up and clean it up and didn't come up. That's why she kept coming up. She wasn't coming up for Chaotic. She was trying to clean her fuck up. And then now, once she couldn't clean the fuck up, because see, she was talking in the back chat.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And I was talking to her. I said, no, I said, sis, no disrespect. I still think you cool, but you know you fucked up. That was fucked up what you did. Not knowing, I just said she was weaponizing. Now, the perfect storm would be what? Get all of them to go on the panel, make this sexual assault narrative, make this narrative that these men was over-sexualizing you. And you know what's crazy? She said these men were over-sexualizing her. Have you seen her intro?
I'm not familiar with that.
I didn't know she had a channel.
I never knew it too, but I just saw it yesterday. Miss AZ, did you see her intro?
Her stepping in.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, with her stepping in, I think she says from the last couple ones I heard, I think she said something like, "I don't bite, I do if you like that," something like that.
Yeah, and she put her leg out there and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on now, come on, AZ. Let's be.
Here's the thing, and thank you, Miss Lodge, for coming up again because you were there, and again, context was taken out because you're not knowing what's going on in the back chat. You're not knowing what's going on in the chat. We are able to see all this, and when I saw the show yesterday, I thought it was that word disingenuous because everything wasn't put out on the table, and then it was a narrative that these men were into her that way sexually, and then the sexual assault. And then not understanding putting my name in it because I was talked about as well. And I'm seeing the chat, Courtney, fake Courtney, whatever, but not today. So I get to speak because I also have a platform. And you want to know why? I'm giving it.
Why were they attacking you, ma'am? If I may ask.
Because I wasn't on code, and she specifically said I wasn't on code. She said K was. She said the other girl T was, and I wasn't.
Which I agree
and
with.
It wasn't and let me tell you, damn a code, right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yeah, but you didn't point out his wrongness from the jump. That's why we can get to the sexual. That's why I will validate that.
Accountability.
He wasn't wrong from the jump.
I'm telling you,
be one, allow him to
want me to
Black American.
You wanted me to call out something.
If you call that out, that was egregious.
You wanted me to. You want me to. That was I'm not calling out something I don't see as wrong. Him feeling the way that he does about Black America, he has that right too. That man was born here.
Your auntie, you need to come up in the panel, Miss Auntie.
You call it out. Period.
Call out
what obvious that he was coming from. I don't have to. Nigga with a hard ER.
Zizi, come on, man.
Let's
Hold up. Oh, go. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Zizi, I call out if I disagree with what he says, then we debate. Quite frankly, I agree with a whole lot. I don't.
That's not my point.
Quite frankly,
you can still call out his anti-Black vitriol. You can still call that out.
Quite frankly, I agree with a lot of stuff that he said. It was the way that he was saying it.
It's the way you put it in the context.
And that's what I mean, the anti-Black vitriol. Courtney, you could have at least
okay, so Z.
All right, let me.
Hey, can I ask her one thing, Courtney? And I'm gonna give this whole argument.
Hold on. I'm gonna bring Polar Bear on here because he was on there, and I think this is the one about.
I just want to tell you one thing, Z. I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Yeah.
You know who also share his views about the Black community? Anton.
Yep.
And you know what she said? Wait, sis. Hold up. Wait, sis. Hold up. But you know what she said? Nah, Anton cool, I know him. So like I said, this code is too flexible.
No, Six directly said on her panel that he agreed. They have a bunch of things that they agree and disagree on, but they do. He does have a Black wife. He is a Black man. He has Black children. He can't take care of his family.
So does Chaotic.
Hold
on, y'all.
I'm not saying that he does.
Chaotic has a Black.
I'm not saying that. Let me finish. I'm saying that they know each other on a personal level. She don't know nothing. She don't know this brother Chaotic from a pan of paint. She knows Anton on a personal level. You can have friends that you disagree and agree with and have discord with. That is fine. That is her. That's cool. It's things that Anton's that I said, just like when the whole culture is trash thing. I was backing you on that, Courtney. There's things that I don't agree with either. But again, I do believe the brother has certain things in alignment that I'm just not going to cover him for because, brother, at least you're practicing certain things that a lot of conscious brothers who do say they on code aren't. And then you're a Black American. So again, your opinion is more validated anyways because you live this. You'll have lineage here. Your parents live this. Your children will live this. He, on the other hand, has a country he can run back to. He does not have to be here. He does not have to raise his children here. He does not have any distinct lineage.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna get Polar Bear. I'm gonna get Polar Bear, but let's be
now, I'm about to get a I thank y'all for having me on. Courtney, again, I'm sorry I can't. I mean, I respect.
We'll
validate.
Discuss. Well, hold on, ZZ. I think ZZ. You know, I have hell of respect for you. We fundamentally disagree, but I think we should do something to talk. If you're down,
I'm down. I'm down with it. You go.
I'll hit you on the flip side.
All right, text me. All right. I appreciate it.
You take care, ZZ.
Hey, ZZ, I still love you though, goddamn it. But your ass crazy as hell, man. Give me this code book, because that
nice to meet you.
On Amazon, brother.
All right, that code book must be made out of stone. You can't break that bitch.
Please don't look it up. It's very necessary for every Black American.
I fuck with you though. I like your energy though. It just that you see how. Look, I have disagreements with Courtney all the time, and guess what? I still ain't got nothing with you because you know what? This is the crazy thing about it. besides that nigga that was up here talking that shit, work at the gas station, I can probably do more to help the FBA.
Are you FBA? Logic? Are you FBA?
What's that?
Yeah.
You are FBA?
You said it's my Indian.
I mean, you can be native.
Yes. His family's from.
Yeah, I'm all here, but if you ask 6, she said Logic looked like he got some African. She was violating on that bitch, man. I'm telling you. I said, how the fuck is she making all these assumptions and nobody calling her out for it? Like I said, you know what? Y'all love that sister, and if it's Black First and FBA or whatever it is, and the ADOS and the Adidas and all that stuff, y'all need to talk to that sister. Y'all need to talk to that sister behind the scene. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm setting up somewhere immediately.
If you gotta go, that's fine. Now, Paula, I'm glad that you called in.
All right, y'all.
Yes. Fine. Because now, Paula, I was told
that
now I'm putting you on Front Street now.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
All right. That you said on her panel that you were the one that said that she needs to call the police.
Yes, that's a potentiality. So,
all right. Okay, this turned. Why? Did you see the show?
So first of all, I did not get to see the show. I was sleeping at it. Okay. When I went to go check, I got Lapeef on, get the alerts.
Yeah.
And they give recommendations. So I saw the one from Six the Goddess. I'd never been on her program before. But don't know much about her other than she's been on Lapeef, I think, once or twice before. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know all the backstory. I'll give that caveat. There's a lot I don't know, other than now hearing some of these other things about she may have goaded him on, made some personal attacks against him, blah, blah, blah. However, regardless of that, let me roll up my window. I'm out of Panera Bread. So, Courtney, I think probably Logic knows, maybe some others, I'm in government. And Logic can attest to this, that when you're in government, you get drilled with what they call SHARP training, sexual harassment and rape prevention or something else like that. So that's drilled into our heads from the point that we come into federal government service, and it's also in the military. Okay. What happened in that thing? From my background being in the government and also just my point of being a father, it would be probably classified as sexual harassment, not sexual assault. Nonetheless, sexual harassment is sufficient, first of all, for reprimands, loss of job. There could actually be some what you call civil penalties to it above and beyond that. I wouldn't have classified it as sexual assault, but again, that's up to an HR professional or what they call the SHARP advocate or whatever they call them to do that. So that's from me seeing it of what limited I saw. Okay. And from my background being in government and how the policies work there. Obviously, this isn't government, but policies usually are similar in private corporation. And think about this. Once you go into that thing where you're making implications or something like that of a sexual nature or something that could be inferred as threatening physical harm, not saying that this was that case, but it was kind of what you call intrusive on the sexual level. That's just uncalled. First of all, it's just immoral. 2, it's just not what a man should do, or a woman to a man. Okay, for that matter. And if she said whitey tights or something like that, hey, he may have a case against her. Is it speech policing? Yes, but we're in that age. And also, this could threaten Lapeef Network. He needs to, JR, Anton, whomever, needs to make sure that they distance themselves from this occurrence and denounce it. Because in the absence of that, it could be...
What do you think they need to denounce?
Yes, definitely.
What do you think they need to denounce?
Same thing as they do when they say when you're coming on, don't use profanity, be respectful, blah, blah, blah. But I actually think on their next stream, whenever they do it, just for the record in documentation, they say there was an occurrence that happened on our show, blah, blah, blah. and the Lapeef Network does not support this. We,
support what? I need specific.
Our language.
Support what?
That they do not permit or allow or encourage, and they do denounce any words or actions that would be considered sexual harassment, assault, or any what you call violent language.
So censorship.
What?
So censorship.
So we should have implemented that, like Ms. Life said 3 weeks ago when she called out a woman, called her hot puss, and to say that she needs to get her mom off her titty.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, wait. Let me see this. This Polo Bear talking about military terms, right? Mm-hmm. Sir, if a person says someone sexual assault, sexual harassment, or in the military terms, sexual misconduct, right? And then they said, I was just playing, I was trolling, right? What would they do about that?
They wouldn't care if you was trolling or anything. You're still going to face appropriate measures.
But no, who would face the penalties at that point? The false allegation? Or
yeah, they should.
Okay, exactly. So what you did when you went on that panel yesterday and you brought that rhetoric up there and you didn't see what happened, you was not only out of line, you gave bad judgment because you didn't even understand the context. Because like I said, you heard what she wanted you to hear.
And that's quite correct, Logic. I maybe probably shouldn't have gone on there and got into it. I guess maybe just from my background to being, government like yourself. Mm-hmm. And then, Father, I sure as hell wouldn't want anyone asking my daughter what color her paint.
But would you want your daughter asking a man what kind of underwear he got on?
Huh?
Would you want your daughter asking a man first?
No.
Let's get this right. First.
No, she couldn't.
Okay, so now you know what that'll be considered in the military. I mean, if you know about Sharp, you know what I'm saying, and you know about the military things, you know what that'll be called? That'll be called basic sexual conversations, because it was mutual conversations between both of them regarding
underwear,
sexual nature.
Thank you. Thank you. No, period.
Chances of the events going on. Those are two people that were very familiar with each other, and that would be kind of just like two romantic partners or something.
It would be just like two people kissing. Both of them is kissing each other, right?
Okay. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I'm wrong. But that is, at that time, that's how I saw it. And you're right. I probably shouldn't have really commented on it because I didn't have a full picture of the whole play that went on. So, yeah.
Do we hold on? Do we see how this is dangerous though? Like this?
Yeah. Do you see this? How dangerous this is?
Right. Like Polar Bear. Like I've seen you on panels before, and you called in before, and you seem like a good guy. But this is what I'm saying. She can literally create a narrative off of something that she participated in someone else's life and get off scot-free, because men naturally have this belief. I wouldn't want he personalized and said, I don't want my daughter without having any context. You see how dangerous this is and why this is a big deal now? Because I didn't care, right? Until somebody told me she said that. All of this to me was a normal Thursday night until that happened. Now all of a sudden you're putting people's life in jeopardy. Quite literally, their life in jeopardy.
Or literally jobs.
Because you want to play victim and you participated in war. Don't pull the trigger, hide the gun, and say somebody shot me.
Well, I would say also, Mr. Chaotic, if she's saying whitey tighties or anything, he could bring up the same thing against her.
But that's the point, Polar Bear.
People have to be held accountable for their behaviors.
But that's the point, Polar Bear. She was able to manipulate your viewpoint, right?
And
I don't know how
others.
And however many 20,000 others to think that she was actually a victim when she participated. Now we are literally seeing on a smaller level what happens to men when it comes to society at large, and we still have people in the chat trying to support and defend this. I understand. You know what? Chaotic can have all these crazy ideas and whatnot, but he didn't say anything that would put her life in jeopardy. She did the other way. That's where I disagree. I don't agree with chaotic thoughts about a whole bunch of that stuff. This ain't even about agreeing on that level. Right now, we're talking about the principle of literally the words of women today in 2022 and that level of the level of consequences that come with just an allegation, not even it being proven, an allegation.
You know what? I
Let's
didn't
not do
even
that.
think about it like that till you said it.
Mm-hmm.
She put his life in jeopardy more than he did, and he didn't
With
even. That's
all of
crazy.
that he said, nobody got hurt. Everybody was angry. Nobody got hurt. What she said in that
After the
dog
fact,
and what she said in the type of victim she played, she could have put a lot of people. She could put a lot of people in trouble.
So he would be guilty in the court of public opinion instead of the court
And you,
Uh,
and you know what?
guilty. Well, he's
And that
guilty
make
in the public opinion now.
right. He's already guilty. He's guilty because nobody like him. And then he guilty because
but he
then the
wouldn't be
second
guilty
reason
in the
why he
court of
guilty,
law, is what I'm saying.
even in a court of law, let's say, right, even in the court of law, let's say she really wanted to go there, which I'm glad she didn't, right? I understand that, she could have taken there. She already admitted, I'm not finna call no cops. That's not how we handle stuff. Well, good for her on doing that. But still, just because you won't do it don't mean somebody else can't do it for you. Doesn't mean somebody else can't report his channel or report him or send that to his doggone job.
Mm-hmm.
This when you start sharing information like that to 20,000 people, you now have 20,000 different options that can make a choice for you, and you may not even meant to. Because once he loses that job, the likely chance of getting it back is very low. Same thing happened with Johnny Depp. You talking about? Come on, man. This is where it
And
becomes a problem.
yeah, and I'm gonna get Hink in there, but then again, and also Paul, I don't know if you stayed for the whole stream, but then even at the end of the stream, which I played, was saying that she was sexual assaulted.
Well,
real quick, I also want to mention, because like I said, I was going all hard for her last night, and for Logic, I'm sorry, if for Logic to tell me that she went and did I'm trolling, I was just playing. Now, if I didn't even go and join that channel, I would have never knew that, right? And this whole time, I probably would have still had my opinion about Chaotic and Logic. A lot of people didn't even know she put I'm trolling and I'm playing. And this whole time, I'm thinking she's really uncomfortable.
Let me put this in here because I didn't know this. Hold on, because then it becomes a domino effect. So he said you told Six to report the Lapeef network. He saw this as an opportunity to take down the channel. So if people report again the network,
no,
that's a lot of jobs
on the network. I was saying for the gentleman Chaos or Chaotic or whatever, for him individually to be held accountable. And if she did things that was of the same nature, using sexual innuendos and things like that towards him, yeah, hold her accountable as well. I'm not, pro man, pro woman, any of that stuff. I believe in universal application. I believe every adult is responsible and accountable for what they do and say.
But Polar Bear, did you hear the context of what he used that in?
All I saw was the excerpt, and I probably should have.
Okay, so you didn't. So you didn't. So look, let me explain it to you for the last time, right?
Sure.
And I just pulled up the sexual assault and even the local law, right? Does not fit the criteria. This is what happened. We was making the point that her asking him his where his parents was from had no relevance to the conversation. And I said, it's like me and you having a relationship talk, and I asked you, do you have a BBL? Is that sexual assault?
I don't even know what DBL is.
It's a Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, okay. Well, I would so Logic, I was just bypassing because
no. Hold on. Well, you open up this can of worms.
Sure.
Based off what I just told you, if it occurred that way, is that sexual assault, sexual harassment, or sexual misconduct?
I don't know enough on that particular, the way you worded it. I wouldn't know, but I would say if you're talking with a friend that you can have conversations. But when you're talking in a public environment, particularly when that's advertised or in a work environment, yo, you got to check yourself. Not you specifically, but a given person.
Polar Bear, is you trolling, bro?
No.
Oh my God.
If I came onto the show on Lapeef and I made remarks like he did, well, if I asked Courtney,
use
I was asking him,
brother. Use the context of what I just gave you, and then I'm a follow on with his context.
Okay, go ahead and say it one more time so I can gather it well.
I said, you asking him where his parents is from is irrelevant to the conversation, like me and you having a relationship talk, and I asked you, do you have a Brazilian butt lift?
Okay, no, those two things aren't associated. I was focusing on the DBL thing because first of all, I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. So now you understand. Now he came up, right? Okay.
So as the DBL thing is that sexual bringing it up, I don't know. I can't really say. The thing about asking his parents' lineage, no, I don't understand why that was even a factor of anything. Again, when she came on her show, I had no idea that she was questioning his lineage or whatever. And what point would that have on anything to begin with?
Yes, but I'm not focusing on that. Like I said, we were showing that her point that she was trying to make was irrelevant to the conversation. So we used an analogy. And then he came back with an analogy and said, it's just like me asking you what color your panties are. It holds no.
I'd have to go back and well, I should have just kept my mouth shut. I'll admit to that because I had a snippet of what was presented, but I was going off of the snippet that someone was asking another person what their underclothing, what color it was, and kind of, as a comeback to whatever conversation.
Hypothetical.
No, it wasn't hypothetical. It was actually an analogy.
Yeah,
he was actually using his comparison to.
Let me get Hink.
All right, I'm gonna follow up, Courtney. Thank you again.
All right, no problem. Thank you. See you, Logic. And I appreciate you, Polar Bear, for coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, I probably should have not stepped into that. Period.
Well,
have a full picture. That's on me on that one.
Well, I think the purpose of this, again, is that words matter.
Yes, they do.
And women use being a woman to victimize, or you put a point across to demonize men.
Yes, they do.
And that's a fact.
And it's on me before, All I would say, if I can sum up a couple things, first of all, is just as a man, you got to be aware of these, myself included, to prevent ourselves from being caught on the hook from someone fishing you to get you in that sort of predicament. Okay. Two is man or woman. Okay. Just if you're talking, have a certain measure of decorum when you're even if you're having a debate. You don't have to go into personal attacks. I heard that there was mentioning of calling policemen pigs and everything. Was that really necessary? All these derogatory attacks against a given person.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
It is.
So, but let's stick it. I want to stick it to this because this was important to me. My name is brought up. Why I did this? Well, I'm telling you why. I wholeheartedly believe that what I did was correct. It should have been called out on that show. Calling it out today. I don't give a rat's ass if you a fan or not. Right is right, is wrong is wrong.
I agree.
What you got, Hink?
I mean, something must have happened that I don't know about. I mean, please.
You don't know what's going on. What the heck? You just don't even know yourself.
Man, it sounds like it's a whole different issue going on than what I seen on Thursday night then. Did I miss something?
So,
no.
Well, no, I mean, you saw the thumbnail. I'm talking about what happened on Thursday night.
Yes, ma'am.
Her being said she was scared.
Okay, yeah.
And then there was a show done yesterday, and it was a lot of titles that was going on, but at the end, she said that she was sexually assaulted.
He froze up on us.
Froze?
He looked happy, but he froze.
I thought he was shocked.
I did too. I still think he might be shocked.
That's a brand right there.
Because that's a legit face to have. This is a legit face to have. Okay, then.
You know what, Courtney? I'm learning as I go.
Yeah.
I'm learning as I go that it's good, it's great, and I'm not gonna relinquish myself off my square when I say I am for protecting Black women, but there's certain ones that need protecting. You have to. I have to be accountable for my actions, of course. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when I'm with my wife, she knows things what to do and what not to do, what to say and what not to say to a certain person. Not to act accordingly while around me. If someone were to harm her and I see it, then I take action. But if I hear you chirping and constantly chirping and now you're putting our lives in danger. And the only thing I can tell you is relax. That's what I tell you the first time, is to relax. Second, you keep going on, I have to tell you to be quiet. I'm not going to cuss at you because that's not what I do, unless I'm extremely angry. But now you're putting those in there. He can pull out something at any time and use it. And now both of us are on the ground. There's a point in time in our lives where protection is needed. And we're over excelling this online. So I ask you, Miss Michelle, define what it is. When to protect someone and when not to protect someone, as far as you acting accordingly. So I'll know.
I think as a husband, as a spouse, boyfriend, I think that's your first priority, is to protect her.
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe that you should believe all women. We are clearly known to lie. Look at this situation, a whole lie. So you need to protect yourself first. Now, if protecting yourself first looks like you can protect another woman and you so feel obligated to, then do it. Your concern is your home, your family, your wife, not somebody else's. I know even in the show, she said she was talking to her man. He protects her, not Logic. Him. And if he heard her say that she was scared, him being the provider said, get your ass off that show. That's on him. That's not your obligation, Logic, Rilla, none. You put yourself in a situation. You know how Thursday night show is. Everybody know that. You don't want to combat and go against Black men. Don't bring your ass on there, because it's gonna go down every Thursday. We ain't switched not on one Thursday. Let me respond to this. Because
Where
that's a lie. She said she was sexually harassed, not assaulted. There's a difference. You are absolutely right, darling. There is a difference. So let's hear from the horse's mouth again, since we're not gonna. I guess I just be making up stuff. I just want to hear myself talk and lie when we have receipts.
Be a violation to me. What should happen? I'm not going to call the police. We don't need the police to sit and moderate our problems as a people. What should happen is Chaotic should never be allowed to come on there ever again. He sexually assaulted me. He should never ever be on there ever again.
But you sexually assaulted him too.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
in this
matter.
society,
Words matter. Words matter.
She said it.
She did not say harassed. It was assault.
Right there.
So I don't know who these random folks are. Be friends, like whomever. But what you're not gonna do is come over here and lie. That's what was said. Now, Miss Jones, you can be about your merry little way.
We got receipts.
And then, but the thing is, it says doesn't matter. She meant sexually harassed. Obviously, no assault took place. Clearly, you can't say those things because the law don't care. That's the thing. See, that's what's so annoying about women in today's society. They're so unaccountable that they don't realize how much power that they would just walk around with. You can claim whatever you want to, and I can be literally my life is at jeopardy because of what you said, not what you can prove, but what you said. That's why this is a problem. I don't care that her and him got in a back and forth, but don't lie on the man because it's a bigger issue about you being sexually assaulted, whether you got it wrong or right. Your words carry weight as a woman, and y'all like to act like y'all victims, and y'all not. Y'all carry more weight than we do. If we're gonna keep it a bean,
facts.
Stop.
All right, you not frozen now. I don't think you frozen. There you go. What you got for me?
Time out that. Y'all ain't gonna keep on getting all my internet service. I'm out here doing this yard work. If anybody want to come and help me, I'd be more than glad to take volunteers.
You got that, brother.
Come on and grind with me. But yeah, damn, this is some bullshit now. Men, protect yourself at all times. I say it all the goddamn time. Protect yourself at all times. You got to think selfish. I'm a hog about myself. I'm a hog about my money. I'm always about me and me only because I know if I'm going to get some shit, it's going to be on me. But you got to protect yourself at all times, fellas. And some shit like this, soon I'll hear them words. If I was Logic or Chaos or whoever the case may be, I would have stepped down. I would have left the chat.
But
The hell with this.
That was after the fact. Now, mind you, the show was over, and then there was another show to talk about it, but then it just turned into something that it was not on Thursday.
But
that's my issue with it.
As soon as, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that's my issue, and this is what I'm doing today. Is that I saw a thing happen, and not only did I see it on Thursday show, I saw it exaggerate and blossom into something that was absolute farce. And has the ability to harm. What you say on the internet matters.
You could put an innocent man in prison for that if they really want to.
You don't know who's listening to you.
And that's
we
what
as
I was saying.
content creators have to be responsible for our words. Go, Sandy, you saying something?
I'm sorry. That's what I was saying last night, that it's best to just be proactive. And when it comes to chaotic, I understand he was trying to have the analogy with the penny comment. But when you start making sexual comments, that opens the door for lies to come through. Because let's just be honest. What she did was wrong, but there's some grimy females out here. So just be really careful when you're going back and forth with a female, because we can say, yeah, she did sexually harass him too, but nobody cares about a woman being sexually harassing a man. Nobody cares. So let's just not act like the double standard is not there. But the moment Chaotic said the penny comment, that opened the gateway to lies and allegations.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to say last night, but I was getting a lot of pushback because Chaotic could have used any other example, but you had to use the penny comment. That was a bit much.
Let me say something, because you know this is what I do. I don't care. I can get on here and I can be my whole entire self, chameleon, whatever. Fuck you. So is this a stone her conversation? If so, if this is cool, my house is made out of glass. If I don't like something someone says or do, I'll remove myself. Well, Tamika, you can remove yourself if you want.
Don't worry about it.
This has nothing to do with stoning. And I'm very, very shocked and appalled that you were on the panel on Thursday, and then you was on her show yesterday, and you didn't have the balls enough to call a spade a spade.
Damn, not balls.
Whoa.
It's ridiculous. And especially because you're on the whole network. You own Lapeef.
Ooh.
Well, you know,
you can say this, and someone might try to flag us off some lies, and you own the show on Wednesdays. Come on, Tamika. That's
Yeah,
not what I'm not understanding.
that's
Like, this
not.
is bigger than just allegations.
Yeah.
It can turn into something ugly.
Are you
And if
talking
you
to me,
don't,
Courtney, right now?
did you make the comment?
Are you talking to me right now?
Is this a stone her conversation? Did you not make the comment?
I did definitely. My name's right there. I
Okay,
definitely
so
made a
then I
comment,
am
but in the
talking.
manner
I
in
am.
which that
I'm
you're talking to
talking.
me, your tone, I got on the panel. We can have the conversation if we want to have the conversation.
My show, my tone.
Oh,
We're not doing no tone beliefs.
Okay, so your show, your tone. Let me say this. Let me respond. I don't know why you taking my comment personal. If you guys feel like that y'all want to nail her to the cross for a comment she made, she said she was sexually assaulted. Y'all feel like she wasn't sexually assaulted. I do not support her in her manner in which she said she was sexually assaulted. I wasn't even there when she said that. I clearly in your comments said, where's the clip? Because I didn't hear that. Y'all brought the clip out. I said, well, I sent Welp 5 times. She did say it. What do you want me to say right now?
So what was the comment in reference to?
This ain't stoning.
Okay, the comment in reference to me saying, is this a stoning conversation? Well, it's just more so if y'all holding her accountable. Isn't this what's going on right now? For her comments, because y'all feel like women.
What I'm doing is saying point blank period. Women use this. This is just a situation that just occurred to show what happens. Now, not only did that happen on the show, it grew into something bigger that it should not have yesterday.
And that's what I'm saying. I clearly missed what was going on yesterday because I had no idea what y'all was talking about. But me making a comment about stoning her is the same. And we talk about bringing shame back. I'm just asking, is this what we doing right now? I don't know why you took it personal.
Because when you say stoning, is as if someone is innocent standing there and we just throwing rocks.
Courtney,
We're calling a thing. And that comment, honestly, I don't see what the purpose is. You're right. That was wrong.
What was wrong?
What was done? All right, to me. I don't.
Just say she was in the wrong.
She just didn't know.
I
You just didn't
said,
know.
oh my gosh. Because this woman said that she was sexually assaulted, that is her feelings. I'm not about to have a dog in this fight, but if we're in a moment right here where y'all feel like she has weaponized her femininity and she is out here saying slanderous things, and this is a conversation where we're sitting around talking about we need to hold her accountable, that's why I asked, is this a stone her conversation? I don't know why people took my comment question as offense or personal.
Yeah,
No,
Courtney.
it's an accountability conversation.
But Courtney, I don't think.
Like to flower words. Okay,
Courtney, I don't think she was taking it
conversation.
out like trying to make it personal. Courtney, I honestly.
Just say
Stop
she was
making it.
wrong. Just say she
Well,
was wrong.
well, we on lock. That's what she said.
But
She's
here's
Y'all want me to say that Dick the goddess was wrong
but
for
you
being
don't have
sexually
to
assaulted?
Tamika, you don't have to say anything that you don't want to say, and I'm not on here for you to say wrong or not. Okay, obviously I've been on here and I have my tone because it's mine, and the same thing that Chaotic did and his tone and all that, it was his. But it's not about being disrespectful. It's when I'm passionate about something, this is what you get. You get all of Courtney. And I get to show this on my show. So it wasn't that I'm calling you out or anything like that. But when I saw that comment, and I'm like, come on. And the reason why I said that is because on Thursday, you tried to defend it.
Thursday, I didn't try to defend anything. I was just really surprised at Chaotic's
You want me
behavior.
to play it again? You want me to play it?
I was really surprised at Chaotic's behavior.
Courtney,
It
respectfully, I
had
was there with you.
nothing
We
to
were not.
do with sex. I was surprised that a grown man was sitting on a panel coming completely undone in the manner in which he did. That was so surprising to me, especially because this man said that he's a servant of the community. He is a leader. He sets the example. He is a part of organizations that I am too also a part of. And there is a way that you carry yourself.
But
And
he's
that's
also
why I was trying to
human.
talk to him in the back chat, and he was calling me a simp and stuff like that. I was with Tamika at the same time. That's where I was coming from at the beginning until we were talking to Chaotic, what he did on Blackmail Filters Network at the same time. This is the part we were saying both of them were exhibiting bad behavior. But Courtney, I think respectfully, I don't think that
Well,
was
this is
Tamika.
Well,
Like
this
was
is
saying
why I
was
said this, Jedi, because when Logic tried to call it out, when she said that she was scared and needed the men to protect her, and Logic specifically was like, "Do you see what was just done?" And when he saw what was going on in the back chat, or not in the back chat, but in the chat trolling. And then Tamika said, "Yeah, she kept saying she was scared, and she kept saying this." And I'm like, "No, that's not what was being done at that moment." And Logic called it out, and I called it out too. And it was like, no, she's victimizing what we're saying, womanhood.
This is the thing that I said to y'all in response, Courtney. I said that if y'all felt like she was weaponizing her femininity and she was clearly making statements in the chat saying that she wasn't uncomfortable, she was just trolling, she was just playing, key, then let that be known. Everybody didn't have the perspective y'all had. So y'all can't fault people for coming up there seeing it from one perspective and not seeing it from the other way. And I yield. I know when to call a spade, or when to be fair, when to not be fair. But at the end of the day, if we can't argue with Six's feelings, she's a grown woman. If she got on a panel and said she was sexually assaulted, and yes, she weaponized her femininity, and we're calling a spade, and y'all clearly see what was in the chat, then that's what it is. Period. But I'm not about to get emotionally invested into somebody else's issues. That's just not what I'm about to do. I just really didn't like the fact that Chaotic came undone in the manner in which he did. But her saying that she felt unsafe, that she said it on the panel, and I was just stating facts. She did say it on the panel.
right.
Y'all said she was in the comments saying something else. Okay, cool.
So,
Well, I got you, Tamika, and sometimes I do get a little extra.
It's
So,
okay.
Tamika, I apologize for being a hot tamale.
It's okay, Courtney. I love
I
you.
still love you. I'm sorry. I get a little.
It's okay. It's okay.
Blood pressure went up a little bit.
Look, my little blood pressure was going up too. I was like, wait a minute.
I apologize, Tamika. I hope you still like a dip. Okay.
Virtual hug, guys. Virtual hug.
Yeah, I'm not. Nah.
But yeah, y'all finished the conversation. I just wanted to know, was this the type of our accountability?
Is this a review? Like a review and
It's a review
accountability?
of what, right? And then again from the show, and then the question was asked on the show. I was brought up. Why? So this is my response. This is my why.
So close my mouth and listen and eat my popcorn.
Courtney,
and see, that's what I was saying earlier, that I was riding for her. See, because I really thought she was uncomfortable and she felt that way. But to find out, she wrote that in the chat, it was very disappointing. But I mean, it is what it is at this point. I just feel like they're both in the wrong.
That's what I said.
So I have the section that basically what Logic was talking about the whole panty situation, right? I have the context, right, and it starts from 5:25:48. If you don't mind, I'll play it.
You want me to play it?
Okay. Oh, I have it pulled up so people don't keep asking about the context behind that.
What I said is, I have a question. I said, what is the brother's name to the right? And I said, can I ask, where are your parents from? Please explain to me how that is disrespectful.
Exactly what I said. You don't got to repeat it. We heard it. I saw it. And when
can you explain how that's disrespectful?
Ma'am, it's just like this. I'm coming up on your panel, right? Or I'm come on the panel. And the first question I have you, I said, 6, you got any kids? When it has nothing to do with the conversation.
If we're having a conversation about parenting and you ask me if I have kids, it would have something to do with it. We're having a discussion. You please, Logic, let me answer your question. You're having a discussion about the American justice system. I'm asking where you're from. That question had something to do with the subject. How was that?
What color are your panties? Hold on, chaotic.
No,
seriously, what color are your panties? Oh, wait, ma'am. No, seriously. No, I want to ask a question. What color are your panties?
Again. I say back to him. You see what he does every single time. You see how he acts the minute I come on, and then somehow I'm the problem.
Let me answer your question. Right? First, you asked him where he was from. which really had no merit to the conversation. Because
speaking on the American government.
Ma'am, can you let me finish though?
Right. So there it is. That's the context behind it. Logic brought up, Logic made up his parallel, which is asking if you have kids within a relationship and saying that none of that has anything to do with anything. Six, the goddess has a disagreement, or she thinks that, hey, no, it does. We're talking about the justice system. So where are your parents from? Mind you, you can have an understanding of the justice system and be the first, what do you call it? The first immigration or first generation, right? Where your parents from doesn't have anything to do with your understanding of the law. But which is the debate. And so chaotic being chaotic, which is him, goes, what color are your panties? Right?
You heard me on there telling him to chill out.
And I can see why you
Jedi Mike,
but at the same time, we could have used something else.
Everybody during that time
there
frame
was like, chill out.
Yeah,
but you know something. Once he asked that, if she felt some type of way, why didn't she step away? If I felt sexually harassed or uncomfortable, once he asked me that question, once that statement was made, I would have stepped away and did what I needed to do. That's where. But she kept going. So in his mind, he's probably thinking, I don't know what he's really thinking, but I'm saying in his mind, he's probably thinking it wasn't out of bounds compared to her. Now, I heard other people interject saying, "Hey, chill out," but she never said anything. Not till after, later on in the chat, she was making comments.
Well, that's at the the beef. I'm just being very honest, and I'm just telling. This is at hour mark 5 hours 27 minutes and 16 seconds. Right. She first got on the panel. She got on the panel 4 hours 17 minutes and 49 seconds, and that started the whole thing. So his response is after them going back and forth, her coming up on the panel at least twice, and then Chaotic was responding with that, right? So I think that time frame matters. It's not like he just said that off the rip. He didn't just come out of the blue with it. But y'all heard the clip. Y'all heard her say what she had to say. I got all the stuff. I have it all organized. I was like, this is going on for 2 to 3 days. Might as well somebody just takes the time to look at it. And to me, he said what he said. Now, everyone's changing the context. If they was in a professional context, that would be this, that, and the third. They're on the panel on YouTube. It's two different things. Now, she could feel how she want to feel. She wasn't sexually assaulted. You can try to make an argument for harassment. I don't care. But then to put it on another platform and say this, and then have people say you should call the cops. Now we're taking it to a whole nother level.
Yep.
That's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah.
You're taking it. If we're gonna go there, there's no coming back down. And she went there with the whole 20,000 people watching her show. When you do that with 20,000 people watching your show, and we have one of the people who was on the show say, "Yeah, you should have called the police, and you should have got the channel reported." There's no coming back from that. That's one person. Who's to say that the 19,999 people don't agree or do it for her?
And
anybody
can make and my thing is, after that live, then who all the effects of it all, and who is it all affected? And quite frankly, I'm one of the ones that it would affect.
Jesus.
Hey, Courtney, I gotta go. Or excuse me.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up, you guys. So if you want to say your last piece.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say bye, y'all. Y'all have a nice day.
All right, thank you, Chicky. We could rule the world with our powers. You and your receipts, and me getting all loud and ratchet.
We're not trying to do that.
You. I get loud.
Yeah,
I just want to say thanks, Queen.
I gotta get up out of here too.
Okay. Well, everybody talking. Okay, Trey, I heard you. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you having me today.
I appreciate you. Thank you. And look, thank you for standing up for us. I get what you're saying with her weaponizing her femininity. But both of them were wrong. But I really appreciate the way you stand up for your black man. Thank you.
Man, right is right, wrong is wrong.
Yes, ma'am. By all means.
And no telling who's gonna come after me. That's fine. I'm built.
No, you good.
All right, Sandy, what you got for me?
Yeah, I just want to let this be a lesson for at least for the men's side to just really be careful of how you go back and forth with women. The moment you bring any sexual comment, I'm telling you, there are grimy girls out here. They will get you in trouble. Luckily, for Six's situation, she doesn't believe in calling the cops, right? And if she didn't put I was trolling or I was playing in the comments, that case would have been valid for
Mm-hmm.
sexual harassment. So just just kind of be careful. We all troll, we all go back and forth. I feel we get in our feelings, but we just gotta be very careful when it comes to any type of sexual comment to other females. But that's all I had. Thank you so much, Courtney.
Thank you, Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
All right, take care.
Bye. Polar Bear, what you got for us? Or if any, you might not. Are you on mute? I can't hear you.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Well, I still can't hear you. What we on Lock Nation, what you got for us?
Well, it's I'm starstruck. You are you and
so extra.
Chicago. You and Chicago really are like y'all my favorites.
Oh.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. I mean, everybody else is like a big old question mark, but that's why I subscribe to you. And what I'm about is, well, don't feel bad because I'm being called a simp every day. I'm being called a simp on my channel every day, so don't feel bad. Secondly, I'm for you because you bring something that most women don't bring: intelligence and decency.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, keep on doing what you're doing, sis, and that let nobody get you off your square, and just keep on being the top lady of the Peace Network. I'm gonna keep watching.
You be on some Exxon pump number 5 gas.
Take it easy, y'all.
All right, I'll see you.
My man was poured in right, wasn't
he? Right. Better you life coaching. You be popping up here. I appreciate you coming up here with me.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We be here sometimes, usually.
Yeah, I mean, even when we not, I feel like we always have good discourse. I mean, it's not about being an echo chamber.
I agree.
I would just say, just kind of to reinforce some of the points of the stream, like, these are things we need to all be cognizant of as men, because even for personal experience, you don't even have to put yourself in a situation where there's any validity to it. Somebody can just say something. Mm-hmm. And because something is said, and we have this climate that we have with Me Too and Believe All Women, simply slander can truly change the trajectory of someone's life. And if your character doesn't give you any type of grace, and that's really the situation for Mr. Chaotic, because of the way he carries himself, not many people is going to see things or even try to empathize with him.
You're
but
right.
That's a situation for a lot of people every day where I don't know that person, so they just a blank slate, and this person is saying XYZ against them. Oh, well, they wouldn't say it unless there was something there, and that's not always the case. And we need to. I don't believe all women per se. I say believe the evidence, and we need to, hear people out, hear both sides, and try to find where the truth is in these types of matters.
I agree. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Until next time. Yes, ma'am. Have a great one.
You too. Before I get to you last, let me, how it rolls. I'll be looking. Who got some shit to say? All right. And Courtney, stop being a hypocrite. You were in a similar situation on Lapeef, and you were disappointed the men didn't step up to defend you. So what? Me being upset for whatever reason, damn sure doesn't mean that I'm going to say I was sexually assaulted because my feelings were hurt or because I couldn't defend a point. What is? Hey, tell me, what am I missing with some of these folks?
I don't know
Are
what
you
to tell.
gonna try to? Someone's trying to equate me getting my feelings hurt because I am going back and forth with men, and if 4 men don't agree with me and attack my talking point, and it hurts my feelings, does not give me the right to go on my show and say that they sexually assaulted me.
Now, when you got legal ramifications could be involved in the situation.
So
Hell
again,
no,
what is
that's
what
totally
are we
different. Hurt feelings.
what are we doing? Attack the talking point. If your
See,
feelings are hurt, and my feelings get hurt all the time, and I go home, cry to mama and them about it, but then I'll wipe it off and I get up and you see me today.
fold up in a fetal position if need be, but you better
I'm
bounce
not.
back and get over it.
So again, I guess I'm not getting it, but you are missing the context because 6 stated she was not going to the police. It doesn't matter if you're going to the police; it's out there.
Hey,
It's out there, and for someone that has been talked shit about and lied on, it's out there.
hey, that court of public opinion is a mother. Court of public opinion is a mother. It could ruin you. It can take you down. So the hell with nobody wants them allegations out there about with their name on it. Nobody wants to be connected to some bullshit like this. Nobody. You know, could you imagine somebody saying this and actually going forward and press charge, and then when you Google their name, that comes up? Could you imagine that? It could affect you not only what you're doing online. What about in your personal life? What about any kids that you may have, any family members, your wife, whatever the case may be?
Right.
Could you imagine that? What type of harm and pain that's going to cause everybody, not only just your cyber family? What about your personal family? Hell no. That's some bullshit. Men, protect yourself at all times.
At all. It's harmful, it's dangerous. And again, this is what's being done. The people call them Karens. I don't know what they call the black woman. I don't know what they call as anything, but all I know is that this happens. And that's just that on that. I think it's wrong, and I have an absolute right to speak about it. And I am, and I did.
Who you supposed to?
And that's that on that.
You're supposed to, because hey, squeaky wheel gets the grease. If you don't talk about it and we just keep squeaking on the road, it's going to continue to happen. And we can't continue to let this shit happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Especially, I got a son, and I would never want this shit to happen to him.
Right.
Never.
Well, no.
Some young lady lying on him, saying he did this or did that, or she felt some type of way because you know he hurt her feelings, or he didn't accept her advances.
Which happens.
That's some bullshit.
And it happens, and I think it happens more than we like to.
Unfortunately.
So, all right. Well, if that's your last words, I'm gonna carry on. I'm starving like Marvin, baby.
I know that's right. I gotta go finish some yard work, Court. So I'm gonna go do my thing. Enjoy the rest of your evening, man.
All right,
and
I see you.
Everybody.
Bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to Polar Bear for popping up. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm glad he did. And I'm glad that we were able to break this down. I hope not only does this better explain that show, forget the show. I hope that this sheds light on what continuously is done. And I'm not saying that every woman does this, but we all have the ability to. I have the ability to walk outside and someone make me mad, a man, and claim he tried to touch me, talk to me, harass me. And if I call the police, who they gonna believe? Who they gonna believe, especially against a black man? Me. So we have that power. So men, protect yourselves, protect your wives. Get them the side eye. No, I'm playing. So I'm done. I wanted to say my piece. You wanted to know, people wanted to know why I did and said what I said. this is the reason why. I love you, family. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in. Protect yourselves, love yourselves, be a blessing, and enjoy your day. Thank you, guys.